let's get started. I don't know if everyone knows me, so I'm gonna make an assumption that you guys don't. And I got a super long presentation about myself. It's 3 slides, and one of them is just a logo. So again, just like Kenny was saying, welcome to the AECtech 2021. This is first time for me teaching virtual class, so I'm a bit of a noob in here, so you guys help me out. I was already asking about somebody kind of keeping an eye on the chats if there's any questions that they're pertaining to our class. If you guys can just shout loudly at me, then we can answer those. This is gonna be Revit API. The idea is to do like basically like what I do with my job day to day. Set up a project from start to finish. I'm not too concerned about the specific implementation of, like, oh, we're not going to build like a specific tool in Revit. I'm not going to solve like some sort of weird geometry problem or whatever. The idea is more to kind of show you guys start to finish how I set up and structure projects, how I manage versions, deployments, testing, that kind of stuff on my end, so that you will have a good base to start working. And then from that point on, it's just whatever tool you want to build. From that point on, is basically just looking up APIs online and kind of playing around with that. So everyone should be good to go. I'm going to do a little WPF with the Windows presentation framework stuff, which is not new, but it's a little newer than the Windows forms that people used to build UIs with. So I'll kind of show you how I build UIs with that quickly, or how I structure that quickly. That's the idea. And then we'll do like, a button and external command, do some events for talking to the to the UIs, etc. We'll do some GitHub APIs and all that. So that's really going to be the course. And then about me really quickly, so you guys have a clue what I do. I was already I think I'm telling everyone that I have 2 daughters. One's 2 years old and another one's on the way. The reason I mentioned it is because they don't like to sleep. I don't know about the little one in the belly. My wife tells me that she kicks a lot, but the other one is alive and well, and she does not like to sleep at night. So I'm gonna caffeinate myself a lot, because I slept probably like 3 hours last night. Other than that, for work, I started doing this thing called ArchiLab. That's a blog that I've been writing for years. Unfortunately, last year or so, give or take, it's been a little rough, right, for people that were following my blog. I don't think I post a whole lot anymore. I don't know, it used to be when I was working at companies, like working as a BIM manager, I was more on projects, solving actual project problems, so that there was an overflow of material that I could talk about and write about. Now that I'm working on more as a consultant, mostly I don't get to see projects or like be embedded on projects specifically. I get to write tools, which is a little bit more, it's a little bit detached. So the questions and, like people are not coming up with questions to me and asking me to do X or Y. It's more like, here's a tool that you write and that's it. And there's not much really to write about anymore. So that kind of makes it a little difficult for me to keep blogging. At the same time, I wrote a few BIM Beats posts, which always feels awkward because BIM Beats is a different company that I co-founded with Adam Sheeter and Hovert Vosog a couple of years ago. But it just feels like tooting my own horn kind of thing, promoting my own company. So I still write about BIM Beats every now and then, but since it's a paid software, which kind of goes against the grain of what I've been doing with ArchiLab. Although I don't know, Revit's a paid software too. And so is Dynamo by virtue of being attached to Revit's licensing scheme. So I don't know, maybe I'll toot my horn with BIM Beats a little bit more. Anyway, so ArchiLab, and what I do is, it's just a blog. I post free stuff. People seem to enjoy it. Anything that's free seems to be good for people. I also have a couple of packages and repos that I maintain. Archilab for Dynamo is probably the most well-known, most recognized package that I maintain. So that's I'm pretty up to date on that one. I'm a little behind on all of the other ones. Because I used to need, like all the other packages that I used to need, like Mantis Shrimp was the Rhino interpretability package, and Mandrill was for like D3 visualization stuff. I used to need those for work when I was working at like Grimshaw last time. That I haven't used it much since, so it's a little harder to maintain. People still ask me questions. There's an active GitHub repo for anyone who has any questions. I try to get around to those, but it's a little rough these days. BetMonkeys really is. BetMonkeys is a I don't know if I can call it a company. It's more like a group of guys that we have, and every one of us has a separate consulting company. So we're more like I don't know if that's the term, collective. Well, like, I don't know if that works that way. But BetMonkeys is basically like a consulting business. So I get hired to write code. That's about it. And then I teach these workshops. And other workshops. I've taught Dynamo workshops before as well. So yeah, whatever people hire me to do, that's what I do. I like to sell myself. And then BIMBeats is a software that Adam and I started a couple of years ago. So I kind of wear many hats in there. I don't know if any one of you guys done a startup before, but you have to do everything from building the website to putting together pitch slides and taking sales calls and shit. So yeah, that's pretty handful. That's all about me. I would love to go through everyone to introduce themselves, but I don't know. We got time for 40 people to say hi, so I'm just gonna go right into what we're gonna do today. Unless somebody has some quick question, I'll take a question now if you guys have any, really quickly. No? All right, so let's get started. I ask everyone to download Visual Studio. You can go with Visual Studio Community. They have pretty cool licensing. 2019 is the version that I use at the moment. So if everyone has that, we can get started by opening that up. We're gonna get started by creating a new project. Visual Studio always freaks me out when I start a new project, because here's what it does. I always want to name the new project after like the name of the DLL, the library that I create, but it usually doesn't work out that well for me because it also names the folders like that. So it's a bit of a pain. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to cheat Visual Studio a little bit. The project type that we want to start is so the Revit API projects are usually the .NET framework projects, and then we're going to make a shared project. So we can start with a shared project. So you can search for those here. That should come up. So it's not the VB, it's the C# shared project. And if you hit next, you can name the project. And then you can name the solution. Oh, maybe that's how it's going to work. I always forget about the. Yeah. All right. So let's name this something like AECtech. I don't know. Do we call it like that? Call it Masterclass or something. Call it whatever you want to call it. It doesn't really matter. Let's call this Masterclass. I already have like a. When I was prepping for the class, I already have an AECtech in that repo location. So, all right. So the solution name is like an overarching container name that usually tricks me up. So name your solution like a masterclass, and then the project names inside of this. I usually name them because I'm going to show you. The first thing I'm going to show you guys is like how to manage multiple versions, how to set up a project for multiple versions of Revit. So I'm going to call them master class Revit. I'm going to start by setting up a project for Revit 20. This is a shared project. So I'm going to call this shared project. So it's going to be Masterclass Revit shared project. I like to just drop it off in my repos location because eventually I'll post it up to GitHub. So it's going to be ready to go kind of from that same shared location where the rest of my repos are. I don't like to place it in the same location. I usually like to have a solution and then subfolders for my individual DLLs in there. So leave this unchecked. That should do the trick. You see it renamed it. It renamed the solution. Yeah, Visual Studio sucks. That's because I clicked that checkbox. All right, so we got the master project. Here's what it did that annoys me. It named the folder Masterclass Revit shared project just because I clicked on the checkbox on and off. So that's what usually happens to me. So if you don't like those names, if you don't like your main folder, Visual Studio doesn't care about this. So you can just save this and close out of it, and then rename this sucker. It's just aesthetic. And then inside of it, it actually made a project called shared project. So you're good to go on that one. You just have to restart. That's it. And then instead of creating, you can open a project or a solution, and then you're going to have that master class in there. And that just changes the name. Masterclass. So that's just aesthetic for me. So I usually the way I split my projects up. I start with a shared project, and then what I do is I create a new project, and this time these will be .NET framework projects, and I would call this Masterclass Revit 2022. I would drop it in the same. 4.8 is pretty good. I don't know if you guys have any newer frameworks installed. I think Revit 2022 has a requirement for at least 4.8, so that's a good place to start. So I'll create that project next. And the reason I'm naming them with .2022 is because I'm going to show you guys how to manage projects for multiple versions of Revit and how to test them pretty efficiently and quickly. So back in the days, I used to just switch between different versions using the configurations here in Visual Studio. I don't do that anymore. I actually prefer it this way, so I can create multiple projects. Let's say I'll do 2021 here. So instead, I prefer to create multiple projects, and then what you can do is you can reference those projects. So what you can do is under references, if you right-click, add reference, you can add a reference to the shared project for each one of these projects. And the way the shared project works is that, so I'll add that for both of them. The way the shared project works is now, when you're in a shared project, you'll be able to switch between 2021 and 2022 versions of the code. So if you have different Revit API libraries referenced for 2021, you can test those on the fly really quickly. Here's another thing that this shared project thing will do. When you click on that shared project, first thing that it does, it wants to name the root namespace with something weird. I usually just delete this last portion of it. So keep masterclass.revit in here, because anytime you add a new class to the shared project, it gives it automatically the namespace. I don't like it to be shared project in that name. And I don't like these underscores, so we can fix those. The underscores here, if you go to properties, you can get rid of this here. So the default namespace has an underscore. Because I added the 2022, it doesn't like dots in namespaces so much. So let's make the default namespace Masterclass Revit so it's consistent. So it doesn't name namespaces for us based on version. So let's do this for 2021 as well. All right, so now anytime we add a new class in here, and it can be whatever, it's just going to give it the default namespace, masterclass.revit, and that works for me. All right, so we actually don't need these default classes in here. We can delete those. We're good to go. But now the idea is that now we have separate kind of buckets. Now when you go build the project, it actually builds both of these projects. So it builds 2021 against Revit 2021 APIs, and it builds Revit 22 against 2022 APIs. So if there's any differences in those APIs, you will get build exceptions and errors right away. So that makes it so much easier, because before, if you had like different configurations, you had to build every configuration to kind of see if there's any issues with one or the other. With this, it's just obvious. Like you just hit build, and it's going to tell you that one version is messed up and some APIs are not working. So let's get started really quickly. So first thing we want to do is actually add a.
I'm sorry, can you show us how you made that Masterclass Revit 2021 again, please?
How do I make the project? You just
Yes, I'm not sure what you use, what that framework you used.
Oh, when you add a new project, it's the .NET framework, class library .NET.
I had to go download it. It wasn't in my initial install. You might have to go look for it.
Thanks, I found it.
Good question. It should be in Visual Studio, because that's like the bare bone minimal. You might not have like frameworks for developing like Unity stuff, for example, and then you have to install it, but this should be in out of the box with Visual Studio. I don't know.
What framework did you use for 21 and which one did you use for 22?
Same. It doesn't. So here's the thing. It's Revit will be just fine with higher frameworks in like older versions. It doesn't care.
Cool.
I've never had any trouble with that. It doesn't work with older framework versions and newer Revits. Like it has minimum requirements. So I usually, like, if I'm starting a project today, I will use 4.8 for older versions backwards. It doesn't matter. If I started a project 10 years ago, I would actually eventually have to update and then probably have different frameworks across the projects. But if we're starting today, this is a good place to start. 4.8 is, I think 4.8 is the minimum requirement for Revit 2022. We can Google that.
Yeah, I think it is 4.8.
Yeah. All right, so before we get started, first thing, so with these different versions, we want to have a Revit API reference to even like start pulling some Revit API stuff and set up the classes and everything. So first thing you want to do is, well, not add a reference. I usually just pull from NuGet, because it makes it easy to just install those Revit API references. You can add them through add reference libraries, and if you have Revit installed on your computer, you can point directly to those DLLs. I don't like doing that, because if you upload that repo and somebody else downloads it and they have Revit installed in a different location, the whole repo is broken for them. So I prefer NuGet packages for that. This is, you know, I think Matt. Good question. What was his last name? We'll see in a second. There's a guy from WSP that manages these, and he's been pretty good at uploading the latest versions of Revit API up here. So if you go to NuGet and you search for Revit, the Revit all main version API x64, and his name is Matt Taylor. So from WSP. So Matt's been pretty good uploading these and creating this NuGet package and keeping it up to date. So I usually use this in all my projects. And then I'm in Revit NuGet Masterclass for 2021. So I actually want to install version for 2021. And whatever the latest version is, that's fine. He usually uploads separate DLLs for different, like, you know, point releases. So I'll grab the latest for that version and have that installed for 2021. And then I'll do the same thing for 22. And then make sure I'm on the latest 2022. So that first 4 digits, 2022 is the latest. Then 0.1 is like Autodesk releases quarterly, I think. And then sometimes they have like hot patches for when they screw up things and they have to patch something up, some bugs. So 2022 for this one is fine. So now you basically have, if you look under those references, now basically your Revit API references Revit API version 2021. And then if you scroll down for this one references 2022. So now you have two projects. Each one has a reference to a Revit API for its relative version. And all of these reference a shared project. So if you go to shared project and add a new class, I like to call this class app command. That's like a main entry class for all the Revit projects that I usually write. All right. So this is the class that like Revit's going to use the first time it opens up to load anything that you have in there. So this is where you set up your ribbon, your buttons. This is where you set up your events. Anything that has to happen, like if you're storing something in extensible storage and you want to pull it up to make it available to your plugin, this is where you do that initial kind of intro stuff to the to your plugin. So let's make this public. And this has to have an interface for external application, and Visual Studio will kind of do a pretty good job with IntelliSense. So it's going to tell you that there's a Revit UI namespace for external applications. So you want to pull that in. Now, anyone who has ReSharper, maybe you guys can tell me, because I so got used to using ReSharper for all of this stuff that I can just implement interface. Do you guys have that option with just plain vanilla Visual Studio?
Just trying to figure out why the syntax highlighting on mine stopped working.
Oh yeah, Visual Studio will do all sorts of weird stuff. You might have to close and reopen sometimes. So anybody who doesn't have ReSharper, can you guys see if you have the implement interface option? Or is it just me? I don't have to click it. We can go through implementing it manually.
I definitely
I'm
do
still
not
caught
have
up
it.
on getting the packages.
I
Okay.
don't have it either. Yeah, I don't.
All right.
Definitely.
All right, then I'll pretend I don't have ReSharper on my computer when we do this. That's what I said. ReSharper is optional, but it's an amazing piece of software for Visual Studio. It just keeps everything neatly organized and up to whatever the latest standard is for formatting and naming and all of that crap that I don't want to pay attention to. So, and it's not that expensive either. So it's just a huge time server. So simple stuff like, just to give you an example, if I actually did click this, it just goes ahead and implements these interfaces for me, as opposed to me knowing that I have to implement these interfaces. So if you hover over it, it will tell you that there's an interface to be implemented. So there's two classes, two methods that have to be implemented for this interface to work. One is called on shutdown, one's called on startup. So let's implement them, right? So the first one's like an entry class on startup. So when Revit fires up, it calls this method for every plugin that wants to be loaded into it, and this is where you put stuff that you want to have happen before Revit gets loaded up. So this returns something called a result, and result can be successful, failed, or shit, I don't know if they have canceled for this one, but successful and failed is probably the two popular ones. So this is going to return, and then the method called is on startup. It has an input that Revit provides for you of the control application. I'm going to call this app. And then if you just did return Oh yeah, so it's canceled, failed, and succeeded. If you just did result succeeded, you're good to go. That's all it needs for that method to be implemented. And then for the other one, it's the same thing. It wants a result back, and then it's the method name is on shutdown. Can't spell. And then it also has the control application as the input. So Revit gives you the control application whenever it fires that event. And then same thing here. All you have to do really is just return whether it succeeded or failed. On the shutdown, you pretty much just depends on what you're doing. But I mean, at this point, Revit is shutting down. The process is exiting. There isn't a whole lot that you want to do here, unless you have an application that's like, I don't know, if you got like some sort of sockets open, or you're reaching out, like have like a little server set up, listening on the port or something that's external to the process that Revit's already managing. Then you want to probably discard it here, close it down, clean up. Otherwise, if all you're doing is you have a plugin for Revit, the process is going to shut down. So there's nothing really that you have to do here. Revit's gonna clean it up, and then the garbage collector is gonna dismiss all the resources and everything. Is gonna get rid of it. So, couple of things that we want to do here on startup. We want to create a ribbon. Like we want to have a place on a, like when you pop into Revit. I'm just gonna crack it open. We got all these buttons and all that stuff that's happening on the ribbon. That's basically what we want to do here and set up first. So all of these buttons here, you can get access to them. You can add your own buttons in between. All right, so that's what we're going to be doing. So Revit has, the way Revit names these things is those buttons up here are called tabs. And then once you're in the tab, you have these panels. And then each one of the panels, so this like build panel here has buttons within it. So that's basically the terminology: tab, panel, button. Those are the three levels that we're going to be using here. All right, so first thing you want to set up is a ribbon tab. Yep.
For the people that were downloading the frameworks for the right, I guess, language, can you just go ahead and throw your file on the Google Drive so we can just start where you're at right now?
Oh yeah. Give me 1 second. The file that I have currently right here.
Yes, yeah, just so we can start where you are at and
let me
go
save
back and
this.
set up the properties and all that.
Sure. All right, so actually I'm going to share with you guys. You probably have access to that Google Drive folder, right?
Yeah, we got an email link with it.
Okay, so I dumped into that. There was a folder called graphics inside of it. I just pumped a few resources in there. So there's an FNED design file in there, a couple of icons and PNGs. I'm not gonna waste my time creating icons in this class, and I just put this whole file as is in there as well, so you guys can download that and kind of catch up.
This app command is in the namespace masterclass.revit. Both the masterclass
Masterclass, Revit 2022, and 2021 use that same namespace?
Yeah, yeah, and that's
Okay.
fine. We don't split anything that would be like a version specific by namespaces. Like that wouldn't be something that I normally do.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
It looks like I'm not able to get references in app command CS. I think I missed a step about linking them all, but is it possible to just do that once more? I have everything downloaded from NuGet, but
Oh, you might have to just build it.
oh, is that all it is? Okay.
Yeah, because what's gonna happen is the first time you build it, it's gonna download those NuGet packages. So when I actually went in and installed them, it downloaded them and put them in the project. But for you, when you just copy that stuff in, you have to actually build it. All right, so let's keep this rolling. All right, so first thing we want to do is we want to create a ribbon tab. So really quickly, it's just a simple command that we can call app.create ribbon tab, and then you want to give that tab a name. So in our case, we can call it master class or whatever you want to call it. Now, I personally like to put that into a try catch, and you don't have to do anything in here. You can just say ignored, but I like to stick this thing into a try catch just in case if there is an exception, and usually exceptions will happen here if a tab with that same name already existed. Now it's going to be rare, but it's possible that there is a tab, maybe from a different plugin, maybe from like a leftover version that you were working on before. If you don't put it in a try catch, it's going to throw an exception. But if there is a tab called Masterclass, it's just going to fail. We don't do anything in the catch portion of this, and we're going to end up with, if there's a tab existing, then there's already a tab. So when we add buttons to it, Revit adds them by the name anyways, so it's not like you have to grab the tab. Like this doesn't return an actual object, it returns a void. So we can put in a try catch and just ignore it. So if it creates one, that's great. If one already existed, we can just use that existing ones and it will continue. Now,
Konrad,
that's not
a quick question.
Yeah.
You have typed ignored. If I have written try and then it created a catch, that it's have written for me console.writeLine exception.
Yeah. So it will do.
Was it automatically or?
Yeah. So
you have
by
deleted
default,
that.
Yeah, Visual Studio will do that for you. I don't. So at this point, basically, what it's going to do is, if you left that as is, what's going to happen is, the reason I deleted it and ignored it, we're in like the topmost, like the original like entry point, which is the topmost kind of point of your application. Everything else kind of gets nested underneath it. So like your ribbon buttons are kind of one level below this. If you throw exceptions over here, because what's happening in that catch is that same exception gets rethrown, it's going to bubble up to the end user. So you're going to get a little dialog box pop up in Revit API, in Revit window, saying that, this application failed to load or whatever the exception might be. All right. So I usually don't like doing that. I just, I don't want it to pop that message up to somebody if it failed to create a ribbon tab, because a ribbon tab already exists with the same name. That's not a problem for me, right? I don't want this message to pop up. So that's why I got rid of this. That's why I deleted it, right? So there are certain things that I don't want to bubble up to the end user.
Yeah.
This is one of those things.
I try to kind of more listen to you. So maybe it helps if you say what you are doing, because I'm always looking into my Visual Studio and I don't watch what you are exactly doing.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. That
Yeah.
would
Sure.
be perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a little rusty, maybe. That's just but I didn't even think that this was that important to mention here, so that's why I kind of skipped it. But yeah, so at this point, if this exception bubbled up to the end user would get a dialog box, and that's annoying. So I don't want to rethrow that exception over here. So that's why I'm ignoring it. I like to leave like little comments here and there for myself. So that's why I actually typed in ignored in there. Anyways, so the next thing, once we have the tab, the next thing we want to do is actually create a ribbon panel. So I'm going to say ribbon panel equals. And now this method specifically, app dot, if we were to just create ribbon panel, that returns an actual object back to us. So that's why I'm creating a variable here called ribbon panel. And we'll need that variable to pass it on to create button methods. So that it knows where to put the button into what panel. But I actually like to do a little, because this returns a method, we can actually look up whether a panel with a given name exists before. I don't want this to just be try catch when I'm like, okay, when it fails. I don't like that idea. With this one, if a panel exists, I actually want to retrieve that object, right? So I'm going to do something like this. I'm going to first call get ribbon panels. So any ribbon panel that's called Masterclass, right? Anything that already matches our tab name, and then, well, it doesn't have to. Like I usually name my first tab and panel the same. So I'm just gonna. But if there's a panel that's called Masterclass that we wanted to return, it can be something else. Let's just change those because you guys are gonna get confused. It's called the panel AECtech. So if we have an AECtech panel, I want to grab the first one, first or default, that the name matches the AECtech. Right. So if we did something like this, so basically these panels, right, they have names that can be the same across multiple tabs, right? So basically what I'm doing here is I'm saying, grab any panel that has that name, and then give me the first one that matches it. If you had like different names in here, you can just go with that. It's up to you how you want to name these, but that's basically what we're trying to do here. So now if it finds one, that's fine. We can just pass it out to the ribbon panel. If it doesn't, what this 2 question marks do is like, if this is null, because first and default will either give you first match of this condition, or it will give you a null. So this basically says, if this is null and you didn't find anything that matches the AECtech name, actually create one, right? So create ribbon panel, right? And then when you're creating a ribbon panel, there's 2 arguments. First one is a tab name, and in this case, that will be Masterclass, because that's the tab that we created or retrieved over there. And then we call in this AECtech for the panel name. So we want to create a panel called AECtech inside of the Masterclass tab, right? So that's the routine here. Find that panel, and if it can't find it, if that returns null, just create a new one, right? And then it will get assigned to that variable. Now, next one here would be, I'm gonna leave some comments for myself. We're gonna create buttons. Before we create buttons, we're gonna have to actually implement some external commands, etc., etc. So we're gonna come back around to this method and create buttons. But first we have to actually implement a button for Revit API. Does it make sense so far? And I'm deleting the using namespaces here, is because A, personal preference, and B, when you like IntelliSense in Visual Studio actually gets marginally better if it doesn't have to search through all of these namespaces that are not being used for whatever you type in. So And depending on how slow your computer is, you might see a slight improvement in performance in actual Visual Studio performance. So that's why I don't like leaving unused namespaces up here. All right, so let's implement our first button, and then we can add it to that panel. So I usually organize my panels and buttons by creating folders. So creative name, first button, and then inside of that folder, I'm gonna create a new class, and I'm gonna call this first button command. So Revit calls those, each button is like an external command. So that's why I call this first button command CS, and this is gonna be my implementation of that first button. All right, so just like we did before, there is an interface that you have to implement for a button. In this case, previously it was I external application. This is going to be I external commands. And again, same thing. We can either implement these interfaces if you have, I think it's from ReSharper. It automatically just drops all of that stuff in for you. If you don't have that, there is a, I usually don't use it because ReSharper just makes it so easy for me to just do it quickly on the fly. But there is a like a third-party plugin for Visual Studio itself that allows you to just drop these buttons in and have these interfaces implemented already. You can install that. Like it's like an extension for Visual Studio. I don't remember the name of it, but it's pretty easy. You can just Google it. It will come up like a Revit API extension for Visual Studio. And then that will allow you to, like when you're right clicking here, instead of adding a class, that will be like add Revit button or something. That will come pre-implemented with these external references. But this is, since we're doing everything kind of from the beginning, I'm gonna actually implement that from the beginning, from scratch. So same thing, I'll make it public so that it's external, so it's visible to our app command. This has the same result. It returns the same thing as the on startup, on shutdown application interface. And it has one method that needs to be implemented. It's called execute, right? That execute method for that interface, it should tell me here, has a couple of inputs. One is external command data. The other one is a reference to a string, which would be, I think it's a message that you can print off. And then the final one is like an element set of elements that you can pass into it. So external command data, that's our like main entry point. This is where we're gonna, using the command data, we can access the application, the document, references. So this is how we can kind of get hold of the Revit's guts, so to speak. Then you have the reference to a string called message, and then you have the element set. You can call that elements. That's all there is to implementing this. And then if you return results succeeded, you basically implemented a button at the very, very bare bone minimum level. Now, there's a couple of things that you have to do. I think since like Revit 2018 maybe, or something like that, Autodesk started requiring that each button actually handles something called transactions, right? So there is a class attributes. The thing in the square brackets that I just typed in, they're called attributes. So you have to tell this how the transactions are going to be handled. Back in the days, you could let Autodesk handle transactions automatically for you, so that if you were, and just to give you guys like what is a transaction, when you're reaching into Revit's database and you like want to add a piece of wall, you can just add a wall. You have to open a transaction. It's like a safe space, if that's the correct term here to use for Revit, to know that like, oh, you're trying to add something to the database, and I have to check all these other things to make sure that it's okay to add this thing and it doesn't create a conflict and it doesn't corrupt our database. So all of this was happening inside of transaction. So it's like a routine that it closes any changes that you want to make to the Revit model. Now, back in the days, you could just let Revit do this automatically for you. Now it actually requires you that the transaction mode is set to manual, right? Another thing that you can set over here is called regeneration. And then there's a regeneration mode. I like to set it to manual. I don't want to Revit to regenerate. If I'm making any changes, regeneration usually takes the longest. Like if you're making changes to views and stuff, you want to avoid Revit regenerating automatically for you, because it's going to just slow everything down for the end user. If you know that you need a regeneration, you can call it out manually. So I like to set these to manual. And then optionally, you don't have to. I usually just set this. There's another reference attribute called journaling. And then I usually just say no command data gets written into the journal logs. You don't have to set this. You can just let Revit write whatever it wants to write to the journal logs. It's not that important. This is more of a just an aesthetic thing. Okay, so what do we do here? So this is when someone clicks the button on the ribbon, what's going to happen in that button, right? So if you had some sort of routine over here, like delete a wall or add a room or something, whatever it might be, I usually, whatever happens in here, I usually put the whole thing into a try catch, where I actually return failed if something actually throws an exception, right? So this would actually show a message to the end user. It will pop up in Revit. If this method, whatever I was trying to do inside of this try, failed at any point in time, this would actually tell them, well, this command failed. If it doesn't, it will return succeeded in here. This can be ridiculously simple. I'm just trying to show you guys the setup. So we're just going to do a message box. And message box is not reference. This comes from Windows. All right, so the typical message box for WPF frameworks comes from Presentation Framework Library. So this Visual Studio will tell me right away that I'm trying to use a message box that doesn't come out of the box of one of the loaded libraries. So what we actually have to do before we can show a message box is actually go to references and add the presentation framework. So this will be under assemblies. Every Windows computer should have that. Presentation framework. And we added this for 2021. And then we can just import system Windows message box, right? So this added this namespace here, system Windows. So now the message box is actually something that's found. But when you hover over it, this is one of those things that I was mentioning between different projects, right? For 2021, we have it. We just imported it for 2021. So message box, Visual Studio highlights it as available. If I switch this to 2022, it doesn't. So this is the way you can spot issues or inconsistencies between your different versions of Revit. So like this is just a Windows class, but if this was a Revit API method or something that was not available in the previous version, and if you were working in 2022, you're like, oh, I have all the latest here and greatest. If you ever switch to the older one, it would highlight this really quickly. So that's why I know right away that I have to come over here as well and add this to the other one as well. So let's add it to both of the versions. Right, so when you hover over it, it's all good for 2022 and 2021. So we can show a message box. Hello world, typical fashion. Anyone who's written any code will know the hello world. We can call this AECtech. And let's have an OK button on that. Nothing else here is needed. So when someone presses that button, it's going to show a hello world message box with an OK button. And then return a message succeeded, so that's not going to show any strange things. I'd like to clean this up, and we basically have our first button command implemented here. Now we have to just add that button into the ribbon panel. We can either do this from here and create the whole button in here and spell out all of the inputs, like what's the name of the class and all that. Or I usually like to do, and this is probably, this is more of a utility / personal preference. I actually like to implement my button next to the, like the actual button, like what's the icon on that button, what's the name of that button, what's the kind of tooltip text and all that. I actually like to implement it here. Because then it keeps the button associated with the actual command and the code that's being executed inside of that button. So I usually just do like a utility method here. So I do a public static void called create button, and I pass it a ribbon panel. So this is the panel that we're gonna add the button to. And I usually create the button here, add it to the panel. So this method, I would then call from here. So I would do first button command, create button, and then I'll pass it the ribbon panel to it. So inside of this app command, the entry class, it's just easier, less code. It's a little bit cleaner for me when I organize it this way. So over here, I create my tab, I create my panel, and then I add my buttons to these panels. But the actual implementation of what goes inside of that button, what method gets executed, I actually implement here on the actual, inside of the actual button command class. So that's why I prefer doing it this way. It's just connects the button to the actual code that's being executed a little bit more explicit fashion. So the way we can set this up is, what we really want to do is we really want to call a panel that add item over here, and then what we're adding here is a new what Revit whatever it calls push button data, right? And then push button data has a bunch of inputs in here. So you gotta give it a name. That name has to be unique. Just keep that in mind. You can't have two buttons with the same name. String, which is the text that displayed on the button. So if you're in Revit, that's the actual thing that says here, like space or load cases. The next thing that has an assembly name. So it's like a path to which DLL and which public button command class you actually call in when you press that button. And then the final one is like a class name, which would be, so this will be the namespace, and then that final one is the name of the command, because you can have multiple button commands inside of the same namespace. So the way I usually implement this is, to make it easy on myself, I just name the button the same as the button command class that it calls. And there's a clever way in .NET that you can just automatically have that be assigned, so I don't have to worry about it. So if you call something called method base, you can basically get the current method. So what it does, it grabs this method that's being executed currently, and then you can call the declaring type and then grab its name. So basically, this gets printed. So this is an equivalent of me doing something like this. First button command. The reason I don't like doing that is, if I rename this at any point in time, I don't have a string just hanging out here called the same, and I don't have to change it in two places. If I use this method, it just automatically assigns the first button command as the name of the button. So if I change it here, this gets changed automatically as well. So it makes it easy for me to manage these. So that's one thing. Then the actual text that goes inside of the button, I usually just say first button. If you want to drop this between two, if you want to have like first and then drop to the next line, what you can do is you can add a environment new line over here, join those strings. Revit lets you do that. So that's the actual text that will be displayed inside of the button. Now, next input over here is the assembly. It's basically the location of the assembly. So where is that? Where is this command located, and like what assembly can Revit find it when it's looking it up? We can actually create a little utility here. So we can grab the assembly and we can say assembly get executing assembly. So whatever DLL this method ends up living in, this will return the assembly, the actual DLL file. So then we can use that assembly location. This will be the actual path to that DLL, where that DLL lives on your network drive, on your drive or something. So it's usually going to be like app data location that you drop that plugin into. And then finally, what's the name of the method that's going to be executed over here? So that's the first button command again. So we're going to do the same. Get current method, declaring type. Instead of declaring type name, I don't want it to return just the button command string. I want it to return the whole namespace plus. So I'm going to say full name over here. That's it. That's basically what goes into this. We can add a little extra in here. Obviously, we want to have an icon and we want to have a tooltip here, right? So what we can do is add curly brackets in here. That's going to allow us to also set tooltip. That's just to make it look better. So you can, like, whatever the tooltip you want to have in here. And then you actually want to have an image. So large image. And this is where we get, where it gets a little tricky. So before we get to the large image, let's see how we're doing. Let's just leave it off. We'll get around to.
Hey, Konrad, real quick, have a request to increase your screen to 125%. A little hard to read.
Will do. Where is that thing?
Lower left, middle, 99 right now.
Ah, there you go. You say 125 or 150?
Whatever you feel. Yeah,
let's do it.
That looks good.
Is it better?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, usually when I'm presenting, it's up on the screen and it's super big. I mean, not it's up on like a projector or something so everyone can see. We can go to higher resolution. So I'm gonna leave this off for now. Just get this thing out of the way, and we'll circle back to how to implement an actual image here. Visual Studio will highlight this because the declaring type can actually potentially be null. So if we do these, if we add a little question mark after the declaring type, it will make sure that when the name gets called is not, it doesn't throw an exception. So that's basically what it's doing. It's like I don't know what the term is, null coalescing. So if the declaring type is null, then it jumps out of here and returns null for whatever this line was, as opposed to that null gets passed to the full name, and then the full name cannot be called on a null, and it throws an exception. So this kind of cleans it up. All right. So
one quick question, Konrad. So whatever we did here, we're just setting up a framework. Now we can reuse this piece of code in order to create different plugins that do different items. Correct?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So this is just kind of, you gotta start somewhere. The first thing is just creating a button, and then you can kind of keep going with this. So creating the second button is like copy paste this stuff.
Correct. Okay.
And because if I created another class for like second button command, I literally can just copy this and change the name of that button, and everything else works, right?
Okay.
So I don't ever have to like retype all of this stuff because it's always going to be the same. So that's why I prefer, it's just a little faster for me this way.
Okay.
I don't have to like type all of these strings all over the place.
Gotcha.
So it's just a little bit more efficient, I think. All right, so the main entry class here would be that first button, that app command. So again, we got our panel, we got our tab, we got our panel, and then the button gets added to it. We don't have an image for it yet, but I think we can kind of launch this up in Revit and see what happens, because you know, if you build it, it should build by now. So it tells me that it built 2 projects successfully. So that's 2021 and 2022 gets built. Shared project is kind of like something that doesn't, like Visual Studio doesn't actually build it. It's used for like editing and interacting with the code between those 2 different projects. It's not actually like a project that gets built. So that's why only 2 got built here. All right, so the way we've debugged things in Revit from Visual Studio is you would hit start here, but Visual Studio is going to complain that your output of class library cannot be started directly, right? There is no process to attach Visual Studio to. The way we set that up is by attaching it to Revit process. So if you go to properties, you can go to debug section, and then you can tell it start an external program. And then if you go to program files, Autodesk, Revit. So this is 2022, and then pointed at Revit EXE. Right. So for Revit 2021, I want to do the same thing for debugging. I want it to start, but this time I want it to start program files, Autodesk, Revit 2021. Right. So now when I have this set up, anytime I want to launch a project and start debugging it, now if I hit start, it will know to launch Revit. Obviously, this is not yet ready to go, but just to show you guys that this is what Visual Studio is going to do. It's going to launch Revit for you. If this was set up properly, it would tell you. It will tell you that your plugin's getting loaded up and all that, but it also attaches the Visual Studio debugger, so you can interact with your code. You can break into your code when you're doing that. I'm going to stop this really quickly. Does anybody have any questions so far? Because we're just gonna. The next thing I want to do here is make sure that our plugin is actually getting loaded into Revit, so that we can actually start debugging it.
I missed a step that relates to the shared project and then the version libraries, where at the top left of your editor where you see Masterclass Revit 2021, I'm just seeing miscellaneous files.
Okay, so for both of these projects, if you go to references, you can add a reference, and then from a shared project, you actually want to click on the shared project. So you want to add that shared project reference to each one of these. So for each one of these, you add the shared project reference.
For me, it's the problem. There's no references.
Yeah, mine only comes up as dependencies.
Yeah, mine too.
Doesn't have properties or reference.
Can I share you my screen that you have a look at it?
Did you guys create a .NET framework or .NET Core?
Probably not the framework then.
That solved it for me.
.NET Core. I get .NET Core, right?
Yeah. So when you were adding a project, this portion here, make sure it's .NET Framework, is pretty important. I think it uses something called dependencies for .NET Core.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. One of them has the .NET framework. If you use the other one, you'll have the issue.
Yeah, I started writing in
selection.
VS Code and I messed some stuff up. So it's
Yeah, so there you go. So class library,
There it is.
but it's not .NET Framework. If it's going to be a .NET Core by default, if you just use this. So it has to be class library .NET Framework.
Yeah, I had the same issue when I was first like learning this as well.
All right. Luckily, this is an easy step. I mean, you can just right click, delete these. You can just remove them and then drop those other ones in.
so my masterclass.revit.shared project doesn't have like it doesn't open into a tree, even though in my other IDE I probably shouldn't have started writing in. It's a folder that contains the button, the command, and all that. Is there a way to like reset the solution or the project file in Visual Studio?
Probably manually if you unloaded this. It has the full kind of the XAML file that specifies like the whole project location and what's in it, like which libraries are referenced and do you have any configurations, etc., etc. This is how it kind of generates this tree structure. So any new file that gets created or added to that project would then show up over here. So that will be the way to recreate that structure. Unfortunately, that means like editing Visual Studio XAML code from scratch. I don't usually do that. Sometimes you have to do some of those things in there. We'll probably do like one little thing in when we get to WPF, when we edit that file manually. Just because .NET Framework projects are not actually WPF projects. Any other questions so far before we wrap the first one up?
Where did you get the NuGet package? Because whenever I go to search and search
If
Revit,
you go to references, yeah, if you go to
anything.
references, you should have manage NuGet packages.
Yeah, but I typed in Revit and it came in with nothing.
If you type in Revit, it should come back with Revit all main versions API. This is under browse. Normally it's when you by default it will be on the installed. If you go to browse, that's when it's going to search the internet for it.
Oh, it's looking for only offline packages. Your package source. You have to switch that.
NuGet. Yeah, this would normally be the default. It searches NuGet, which is the online library of packages. I guess this is a topic for another day. You can create your own private NuGet package repos, then you can add them in here, or you can have packages be stored offline somewhere on your network, for example, and then you can add that in here as well. This makes sense for, I don't know, like if you have like some sort of proprietary authentication or like private authentication library that you want to share across multiple projects or something like that. That makes sense to create like a private repo then just to store those.
How do you add that NuGet.org to the list?
It should be there by default.
It's not there on mine. All I have is just one, which is the Microsoft Visual Studio offline package.
This should be checked on. You can click on that little cog and make sure that it's added.
I recently set this up and I needed to add this. So you just have to hit that plus button and then add the name and the source.
Yeah, you can hit the plus button and I guess the address is this. I can send you guys that message in a chat window here. It's just a link to the website where they store this stuff.
Hey, Konrad, since you're about to jump into debugging and all, would it be worthwhile to update that solution and project in the Google Drive for
Yeah,
people
we'll
that
do
may
it.
be like completely, may take some people to catch up otherwise.
Sure, not a problem. So yeah, again, hit the little plus button, and then that link that I just added for the api.nuget.org, just dump it into the source and then call it whatever you want to call it. NuGet is fine. So that's the source. It should be popping up here. I didn't even realize that somebody might not have this. I probably set this up so long ago that I just got used to the notion that it's always looking at NuGets. I probably should take some notes around this stuff. I take my setup on my computer for granted. I don't know if probably should get like a virtual machine and install Visual Studio from scratch to let you guys know like what you're gonna be expecting there.
Yeah. Oh, and one other thing, Konrad, when we use these assemblies, the copy local should be set to false, right? Or do we set it to true? Like, because
so for Revit API,
yeah,
so by default when you install that package, the copy local is set to false.
okay.
If you were to reference that Revit API by just browsing to it from your drive somewhere, that would be set to true by default, and then I recommend that you change it to false then.
Okay.
All right. So
have you uploaded yet?
Oh, 1 second. Let's just save all of this stuff.
It takes a few minutes to download as well.
All right, it's almost there.
Yeah, I think it takes a bit to download because it'll like zip those files up first and then you have to download them.
It will run it will run the antivirus against them. So Google does that crap.
Yep. Oh, one question, Konrad, while people are downloading this. If I created a plugin using, for example, .NET Framework 4.7, and 2 years down the line, if I want to update that to 4.9 or 5 or whatever that is that an easy thing, or is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you right click on that and go to properties.
Yeah. That's all I have to do, right? If I want to update to a newer version.
Yeah. So I'm on 4.8, but you can install newer and just change this. It's as easy as changing this, and then you rebuild the project. Sometimes you have to, some packages are like, they're framework dependent. They build for specific frameworks. So if you have some package built for .NET 4.6, let's say that you were on, that download just finished. So you guys should be able to get your hands on it. But so if that package was specific, like a NuGet package was specific to that framework, you might have to go to packages and reinstall them. That will be the only thing that you have to do, kind of get this thing up and running up to speed on those frameworks.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I was just asking from a point of view of like, I create something now and then 5 years down the line, if I want to update those or for newer versions of Revit.
Yeah, that's usually not a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, you can reinstalling all the packages takes a few minutes, and then just changing that one setting for every project. That should do the trick.
Got it.
ReSharper does not know Revit. All right, so one thing, every project the Revit API project has is before it gets loaded, there's a couple of different locations where you can put it, and Autodesk will check those folder locations. I like to use app data. So that's basically C users, whatever your username is, app data roaming location. You can get to it by just typing in %signs, and then between those, putting app data. Autodesk, Revit, add-ins. That's the full path over here. So I'm gonna put that in the chat for everyone. Obviously substitute my username for whatever your username on the computer is, but that's the location that you want to put your plugins into. Now, so that when we're in here and you build the project, right, when you rebuild the solution, it says that it generated those two successfully. What happens is that whatever you saved it, I saved it in Masterclass, those two projects will have now a bin debug location. That's where the DLLs get put for that project. These DLLs have to be transported to app data for Revit to actually recognize them. So I usually have like a post-build command process for copying those files over to Autodesk's folder. So the way I set this up is actually using one of the easy features here. If you right-click on this and then go to build events, there's a post-build command line event. I don't know how much people like using post builds and command lines in general. I actually prefer command lines than anything else. I don't know, it's just weird thing that I like, but this is basically CMD or PowerShell. It's not exactly PowerShell, but it's pretty close. But it allows you to execute something, and then you can execute a piece of code before or after any one of these projects is built. So if we build it, then the DLLs get put into the bin folder, and then for the post-build, if we just copy them into Revit API folder, then when Revit starts the debug process, it's going to have that plugin already loaded, and it's going to just pull it up in Revit so we can debug it. So this is what I like to set this up as with the post-build command. It's pretty straightforward. So I'll make this window big because we're going to be typing some stuff up. This is kind of like typing stuff up in PowerShell. So you can leave comments in here by typing echo. So let's say that we want to echo whatever configuration is getting built. So we can say configuration. And I'm sorry, I can't make this window bigger. I don't think Visual Studio can actually make this code any bigger. I'll copy paste this specific piece of code into the chat window afterwards. So we can say echo configuration, and then you can reference a configuration variable like this. So basically what it's going to print is going to print configuration, and then whatever the version for our configuration is. In this case, it's debug, but it could be like, you know, debug Revit 2022 or whatever you want to call them. Some people have like x64 versus x32 versions of Revit, especially if you're referencing something like Chrome, for example, like Ceph into your project, then you might have to have like a specific configuration for 64-bit builds of your plugin. So this can just print, we just print it off. Now, the way I want to structure this is if I go to app data, for 2022, I want to have a new folder here called Masterclass. And inside of that folder, I'll have all of my DLLs. But outside of that folder, I'll have my add-in manifest file. Right, so that's kind of the setup that I'm interested in. I'm gonna close Revit because I'm not gonna be able to do this with Revit open. So that's kind of the setup that I want to create over here. So the idea is that first, for post build, if this is the first time you're building it, that folder does not exist. So you probably want to create that folder for yourself. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to copy those files in there. So you can say if not exist, and you can basically say, I'm going to put it in actually in quotation marks, but you can say app data. So if app data, Autodesk, Revit, add-ins, 2022, and then what we call in the folder is called Masterclass. So if that folder does not exist, create a new folder. And for those of you that use command lines before, mkdir is the command for creating a new folder. And then we can just grab exactly the same path, right? So this is gonna create a folder in that Revit add-ins 22 location for us. I'm gonna hit OK now. I'm gonna delete this and just kind of show you guys what it should be doing now. So if I build this method gets executed. So it checks if the masterclass folder existed in 2022, and it didn't, so it added a new folder. So now we have a folder that we can drop our DLLs into. So next thing we have to do is we just have to copy all of the DLLs that are dependent that we need for our project into that location. So like I've mentioned, all of those DLLs by default, they go into Masterclass, whichever version of the project you're building, bin debug location. So what we can do is we can basically copy X, we can call an X copy command, and then we can do it with a Q and Y prefixes, which means that it's going to be quiet and it's going to ignore any pop-ups, and it's going to overwrite any of the files that already exist there. And it's not going to bring up any dialogues for us. So these, the command line arguments that I'm using over here, we can find those really quickly over here. So I use the Y, which is suppress prompting to confirm that you want to override the existing file. So that's what this is doing. It's suppressing it. And then I think I had a Q in there with the Y. Where is the Q? Yeah. And then suppress displaying any of the copy messages. So this is like a quiet kind of thing. So override files, don't show any messages. I don't want any pop-ups when I'm building this, when I'm copying these files over. So xcopy QY, that's the name of the command that we want to use here. Next thing we want to do is we actually want to copy all of the DLLs. So Visual Studio has like a couple of shorthand here for different locations. They're like subdirectories in your project. The one that we want to use is a target directory. So remember when I said it's whatever your Visual Studio project was saved, and then inside of the bin debug folder. So we can just use target there over here, right? So I'm just going to double click that, and that's going to automatically insert that variable name, which is always going to pertain to this path here, right? So, and I always want to put these in quotation marks just in case there's any spaces in the path. Visual Studio would freak out if there were any spaces. Now, if I want to copy all of my DLLs, I'll just say star.dll, and then the location that I want to copy it to, there's a space separating those two, and then inside of quotation marks, I'm going to copy it all into our app data masterclass. I grabbed a little too many quotation marks. So this method is going to copy all of these files. So if I hit OK and I build this, now I'm getting my DLLs in here. It skips the PDB files, which are useful for debugging. We're not going to need those to be copied into that folder. So we're fine with just the DLLs. So that DLL contains our entry class. So it has their button, ribbon, and all of that stuff. Now, another thing that we need over here is the add-in manifest file. So we're going to have to create that. There's going to be a different add-in manifest file because for 2022, that DLL name is 2020. For 2021, it should be called 2021. Why is it called 2021? Let's see really quickly. The application. The DLL should be 2022. Should be 2021. Yeah, I'm putting 2022 code into the 2021 post built. I'm sorry. So this should be here, 2021. All right, so that DLL name should be 2021. The next thing that we need is to actually add a resource called manifest, whatever you want to call it, masterclass.addin or whatever that is. So we can add a new file. We can say a new item. We can start by searching for like a text file here, and then just change its name to masterclass.addin. Now, if you Google manifest files for Autodesk, it's going to give you the whole rundown of all the different options of things that you can put in here. This is basically like an XAML file that explains for this plugin, because anytime you have a little, I keep closing that window. Anytime you have that manifest file, Autodesk scans this folder. On every time it launches Revit, it scans this folder and it looks for add-in files. Those add-in files then they contain information about where the DLL for the entry class is and what's the name of the command that you want to call in here, and then any other information about who wrote this or whatnot. So I'm going to copy this into your chat window for you guys to just you guys can just copy paste that into this masterclass DLL. You can also look it up. I think there's a link here somewhere. Yeah, there you go. So Autodesk has an explainer page. You can get the exact same code in here. So I'm going to send you guys a link to that as well, just in case you want to get that there. Now, a couple of things that we want to do here is I just copied, like I have a plugin for pollination installed on my computer, so I can just grab that. But so we can replace all of that information from here. So the assembly name, let's start at the top. So the name of it is the name of the plugin. So we call this Masterclass. Then you got to tell it where the DLL lives. So this is a relative location to that folder that you're in. So in our case, that DLL lives inside of the Masterclass folder. So that's the path. Masterclass / whatever that is, the name of that DLL. Right, so if we're doing this for 2021, that DLL name is going to have 2021 in its name. So that's why I want a separate file for it. Now the add-in GUID, you want that to be unique. You can use Visual Studio to create GUIDs. Like you can click this a few times. One is just fine as well. You can copy that and then it will basically just give you a GUID. I think it's formatted a little weird. I just need this. So you want to have a unique GUID for your plugin. And then full class name. If we go to our app command, you basically want this added to this. So it's your namespace plus app command as the name of the methods. And I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna get rid of this. But that's the path of where that method is. So it's basically telling Revit, when you find this manifest file, look for this DLL. Inside of that DLL, look for this method. That method is gonna have to have an implementation for on startup, on shutdown. Revit knows what to do with this. The reason it knows what to do with this is because it's type of application. So if you're doing an application, external application, this has to be specified here as well. There is an option for loading. You can create special manifest files only for commands. Then this would be a command. And then you would be pointing it not at a main entry class that has a non-startup. You could then just point it at the button directly. And you can load those buttons separately. I don't like to do that. I just like to set them up over here. It just works better for bigger kind of projects when you're managing multiple buttons and etc. And then the vendor could be, whoever. All right, so once we have that information set up, throwing it into a chat, we can save that, and then you want this to be changed to, you want this to be, I think, content, and not copy always, copy of newer is fine. So what copy of newer is going to do is when we build this, and then I go to my repo for Masterclass, it's going to copy that file into that folder. The reason this matters is because now we can, now that the file exists in that folder, we can also copy it into Revit folder as well. So now we have a file called Masterclass add-in in here. So if I go back to my post build, I'm gonna copy this whole thing, and instead of, I'm gonna just change one thing here. So instead of looking for all of the DLLs, I'm gonna look for a file called masterclass.addin. And instead of copying it into the masterclass folder, I'm gonna leave it one directory up. So I'm gonna delete the masterclass.
Sorry, can you also throw this in the chat?
Yeah, just copying this whole thing into the chat now. So that's the final command here for the post build. So it's gonna grab all of the DLLs and put it into a masterclass folder, and then it's gonna grab the masterclass add-in and throw it into the one directory up. So when I built this, just to show you guys what that's gonna end up looking like. So from this debug folder where Visual Studio drops all of these files, it's gonna copy all of that stuff. And I'm actually doing 2021. Masterclass, the DLL goes in here, and then the masterclass add-in goes up here. So this is kind of how I like to structure my, you can see them over here. I got a ton of different plugins. But if I just rebuild it here really quickly, you should have a folder gets created, DLLs get put into it, and then a masterclass add-in gets added in here. And if you added that, it has a specific reference to Revit 2021 so that it knows to go in here, call this Revit 2021 DLL. That's all there is to it. So now we have a method that I can just copy this and paste it into Revit 2022. And then all I have to do is just overwrite those folder names to Revit 2022 here. And that's kind of the setup for being able to really quickly debug the projects. So if I hit OK, when I'm building now, when Revit 2021 project plugin gets built, those files get copied to 2021 location, and the masterclass folder gets created there. And then when 2022 gets built, it gets copied and built in there as well. So now, depending on which one I want to debug, so by default, I got, you can set this if you right click on that project here, you can set a startup project. So by default, my 2022 is a startup. Now, if I launch it, it brings up Revit. Revit looks into the add-ins folder location for the DLLs. It finds the manifest file. It finds the DLLs, and it should build the ribbons and the buttons and everything else for us. Hopefully, thumbs up.
Hey, Konrad, looks like we have someone that have a question in Slack. They were wondering where they missed the step where the add-in was created from. I guess that was that text file that you changed to an add-in type.
Oh, yeah.
Might be what they're asking.
Yeah, so over here, really quickly, when you're creating that, you can right click on that project and add a new item. You can scroll all the way down to where the text file is and just rename it to masterclass.addin. Right, and then this is going to be empty, so I pasted that into the chat so you guys can get it from the chat. I'll post the whole solution for that first button once we are like up and running and ready to go with this one. I think I missed one more thing, so I'm going to actually copy and paste this to Masterclass Revit 2022. Make sure it's content, copy if newer, and then for 2021, we're pointing at 2021 DLL. For 2022, I want this to point at 2022 DLL. So that's the only change we have to make between these two files and these two solutions. So now if we build this up and launch it, Revit should be able to now spot it. So like I said, Revit brings this up. And I'm clicking always load. This is a topic for a different day. Revit is going to complain like hell about a bunch of this stuff. Ah, there you go. First button command already exists. The reason it already exists is because when I was testing this, I created a separate Visual Studio project that is probably still sitting there in my folder. So let's see if I can delete it so it doesn't conflict. Roaming, Autodesk, Revit, add-ins. Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna wipe this clean, build again, just so I only have my buttons here. If you name this, if you name by accident, if you name your button exactly the same as somebody else named it in their plugin, Revit's gonna balk. So that's why I said it has to be like a unique name. Obviously, it works if you only have one plugin. You're never gonna have a conflict. But you can make this method be more. Let's just use that the way to clean this up to make sure that nobody has a duplicate button like ever. I would add to that method. I could probably add like a fixed GUID at the end of it as well. That will just like solve any issues with duplication ever again. So I will create a new GUID and just add it to that name, and that will be the end of story for that. You're probably never gonna run into a duplicate name. But so just because I had that other project sitting there with the exact same button name, it created a conflict. So let's try this again. I'm gonna say always load, and we're gonna talk about code signing at some point to get rid of these. Oh my goodness. Unexpected tab. What did I name these things? I probably misnamed one of them. Gotta make sure. if they're all the same, you're never gonna mess up the naming. Let's just do it this way. All right, third time's a charm. There you go. So I'm just gonna pull up a new project here. All right, so now we should have a Masterclass tab with our first button in here on the Masterclass panel. And now that we have that, what the button is supposed to be doing, right, is show the message box. So let's click that and it should show us the message box. So we got our first button set up. Yoo-hoo! We should probably add an image to it before we call victory, because adding images is a bit of a trick here. So let's add an image, and then I'll share the solution as we have it with it, and then so everyone can kind of catch up to that place, and then we can talk about setting up the second button. But before, maybe what time do we take a break? It's been 2 hours, so we still got an hour before break, right?
Yeah, I think 1 o'clock is the break, like 1 o'clock New York time. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, all right. So we still got an hour. So let's set up an image before we wrap up this first button. We'll do some questions and then we'll do a break. So I left this open on purpose because I didn't have an image set up for you guys. The reason I left it open is because it's a bit of a it's a bit of a conversation about, is this the right way of doing this? Because I set this project up as a shared project with 2 separate projects. Shared projects, there's a little shortcoming with them, and one of those shortcomings is managing resources. So those resources like images and like any graphics icons you might have in there, files that you might want to load in, those get a little tricky with shared projects. So that's why I kind of left it out at first, just so it didn't take too long. So the way I usually like setting this up is Revit wants this icon to be a 32, wants to be a 96 DPI image, and it has to be 32 pixels in size for the large image, and then small image is usually 16 pixels in size for Revit. You don't have to set the small image unless you're stacking the buttons, so I leave it out. I usually set the large image for the big buttons. This can be super simple. I said it's optional for people to install this software, so the folder has an actual image resources. I usually just set this thing up. Whatever this ends up being. I usually just set up these artboards to have like some sort of square size for these images, and then I throw like a border around it or something. We can use like the AEC logo. I don't like it bogged down too much, with how people want to style their things. So I'm not too concerned about this. So I'm just gonna call this. Just gonna do like 1. Put it kind of in the center. Where's the AECtech logo? I usually drop this stuff in, and then I get my colors in from that, and we have a button. Nobody really cares what that button looks like. I don't think this is like centered. I'm a little OCD on that. But I usually have, the reason I actually wanted to, I shared this file. So I usually have a file that I set up, and I put all my buttons in there. And then once you start building out UIs, you want to organize those as well and create some sort of resource file for yourself to be able to manage all of these resources that you're going to need: buttons, images, banners, whatever else you want to have in there. So Illustrator is a good place because it gives you the ability to kind of save these out to a bunch of different sizes. So what I do, the reason I actually wanted to go through at least one of these, I'm not going to do all of them. There's 3 buttons that we create. But there is a specific thing that Revit wants for these buttons to be set up as. So I usually I export them out to like a big size, so 500 pixels. It's too big. It doesn't matter to me. Let's call the first button, and let's make it a PNG. So whatever if you're using Illustrator or whatever it might be, it should just give you a PNG so that those corners here are transparent. Now, I can give you guys a link to this.
It's auto resizing them.
Yeah, I'll show you guys in 1 second. So this is a link to this website that I like to use. So I just pasted it into into the chat. Now, the reason I didn't just save this out when I exported that PNG, the reason I didn't just save it out to 32 by 32 is because it might not be exactly what Revit wants, even though the image size is correct. Revit is very specific about the DPI. So I just use this utility over here where I can upload that file. What's it called? First button. I set the quality to best, and then I tell it to make it 32 pixels in size. And then I set the DPIs to 96. So this makes sure that Revit likes that image.
Okay.
It's not a huge deal. I mean, if you can do this from Illustrator or whatever you're doing this from Photoshop, that works as well. It just has to be 32 by 32 with 96 DPI.
And it has to always be a square, right? You can't do anything else.
You can do other things. The square, like you can, like when you're designing this, obviously you can make them be, whatever it is.
Yep.
But it's 32 by 32 is the size that Revit's gonna load in.
And I think
anyways.
you can also set up DPI in Affinity. So
I probably can.
Really...
I haven't looked. Can I set this up here?
Yeah, I use also Affinity, and you can set up it somewhere.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you can change it here. I haven't even looked at this. I got so used to just going through that process. I don't want to, that's why I said like Affinity, it's a paid software. Illustrator, whatever you're using, I don't want it to be like specific about like how you make your icons. So this is free. You can just upload whatever icon you want to upload here and convert it into that 96 DPI image. You can just download it then. I have some.
Yeah, Affinity costs, I think, $50 or something, but it's
super
just
affordable.
a one-time payment. So you buy it one time and you get forever updates.
Yeah, so I like Affinity. You get perpetual. It's a perpetual license. You pay once and then you just get it forever. So it's not Adobe when you pay a subscription cost every month. So that's, I mean, I switched over a couple of years ago and it's been great. They have Photoshop equivalent, Illustrator equivalent, and InDesign equivalent for making books and presentations. So it's a pretty good setup for anyone that works in like an architectural side of things. I don't think we use a lot more of that than that. Anyway, so the goal is to get like a 32 by 32 and 96 DPI. This is one resource out there. It's just a website that you can go to and convert these images to what it needs to be. You don't have to use Affinity. I don't want it to be about Affinity. So that's what I usually do. And then, so once you have that image created, what you can do is go to Masterclass shared project and add yourself a new folder called this resources. And then inside of that folder, what I usually do is I like to organize my things by the size of the resource. just because there is like big buttons, small buttons. You might have like for Windows, when you're building your little UI buttons, you might have little icons inside of them, and those could be like 8x8 or 16x16. So you can have all sorts of different sizes. So what I usually organize this by is by the size of the resource. So I go 32x32, and then you can add an existing item. I saved mine on desktop, all files. Oh no, actually it's in the downloads first button. So I add that in. Now, the critical thing with this, and the only reason I actually created this inside of the shared project is because we want to make this, we're going to make this be an embedded resource. Embedded resources work with shared projects, regular resources. So there's another option here to make this be just a resource. That doesn't work with shared projects. It would be, like, you can work around this, but I want to get into that. But I will show you guys later how to work around this without having to edit manually, like the structure of that file, without editing the XAML file. So there's a workaround that doesn't require like manual editing of the Visual Studio files. So I'll show you that later. But for embedded resources, which this button can be set up as, this works just fine. So it works fine with embedded resources. All right, so now we have that resource in here, and we can start referencing in here. If I uncomment that, I'll see that what Revit actually wants this to be, it actually wants this to be a image source type. Now, that's all hunky-dory. So how do we convert a embedded resource into an image source object? It's basically a bitmap image. So there is a little utility that I normally use in here that I want to walk you guys through, and this will be useful for any kind of embedded resources. I usually keep that available for myself when I'm working with any of these projects. So I usually put together like a little utility for loading images from embedded resources, because it comes handful with other things. You might want to load, like sometimes when I develop a Revit plugin and I want to include like a family resource or something, like a Revit family inside of the project, you can embed it directly into the DLL. That's what the embedded resources are. They'll be like hidden and compiled together with the DLL, so users don't see them, and they don't want to, like, they're not gonna, they can't edit it. So that just makes it easier for you not to make sure that people don't screw up around with the resources that you include. But the problem is that, like, well, now it's embedded into the DLL. How do you, like, if it's a family and you want to load it into the project through your plugin, you have to extract it from the embedded DLL, save it as an RFA, and then load it into Revit. So this is a little utility that I usually use for that. So I just add a new utility folder and add a class called image utils. And the way we're going to set this on up is I'm just going to make this be a public. I'm going to make this a public static. I can't spell. It's going to be public static class called image utils, and inside of that we're going to have a method for loading images from embedded resources. So I'm going to make this a public static, and what it's going to return to us is a bitmap image. Now, for that to load, we actually have to import a media.imaging, system Windows media imaging reference. So Revit's going to tell you, like, well, this doesn't exist here yet. Not Revit, it's Visual Studio. So we need a presentation core reference. So I'm going to go to my references, and under assemblies, I'm going to look for presentation core. And then for 2022, same thing. This is a little redundant when you're doing these. The references get redundant. Like, you have to actually import them for every one of these projects. It's a little annoying, but it's totally worth it. So we can now use that class. We can import the media imaging class. So public static bitmap image. We're gonna call this utility load image. And a couple of things that we need here is we're gonna need a reference to an assembly that we want to load this in. So these embedded resources get loaded into the DLL, right? So in this case, that DLL would get, that button would get embedded into the Masterclass Revit 2022.dll or 2021. So we need a reference to that assembly to be able to pull it up. And assembly and DLL, it's like an interchangeable term, I guess. So we'll need a reference to that assembly, and then we will need a reference to, if this is going to be a utility, we need a name of what's the name of the resource that you're going to pull out of this assembly. So I'm just going to call this name. So how do we read an embedded resource is pretty simple. We can just use the manifest resource stream. So the way we can set this up is we're going to create an empty image. So I'm going to call this image. I'm going to make a new bitmap image, and it's going to be empty for now. Like there's nothing in here. And then we're going to load the resource as a stream and just load all the bytes into that image class. So then we can serve it to Revit. So I'll put this into try catch. And again, I don't care if this one fails. I'm going to ignore it. So first, let's find the resource. So we're going to use the name that we define over here. So to find the resource. So I'm going to say resource name equals, from the assembly, there's a method called get manifest resource names. All right. And then I'm going to say find me first or default that matches or contains. I'm going to do contains. The reason I'm going to do contains is when we nest things into folders, Microsoft would actually, the way it gets stored, it gets renamed a little bit. So when you put something into a subfolder, it would actually add an underscore to the actual path because it's a number. Like you've noticed when I first created the 2022, it automatically added underscore under the dot. It does the same thing with folders here with resources. So I'm just gonna say if the name of that resource contains our name, that's the resource that I want. And then we're gonna create a stream to read that from memory. To read that into the memory. So that's gonna be assembly.get manifest resource stream from that resource name. All right, so now we can actually we can get the byte array from that resource and then load it into the image. So we're gonna say image, we can begin initiate. It's like a method for allowing the image to kind of like transactions in Revit, like open up the image. Now we can load something into it. It's gonna complain because it's missing another assembly. Windows base. So this is actually living in a different assembly here. So assemblies, we have to add Windows base to it. We only got 2. Imagine that you're doing this for versions from 2015 up. It gets a little annoying when you're adding all of these, but it seems to be working fine. So now this method is not complaining. So that's just because they scatter all of these different image utilities that they have across multiple different assemblies. So the bitmap image lives in presentation core, and this one lives in Windows base. Whatever Microsoft. Image.begin initiate, and then you can take that image and you can set its stream source to our stream. And that basically loads all of those bytes into that image object. And then you can say image and initiate. And that's it. So that creates our image. Hopefully everything went okay and it didn't freak out, and it actually loaded that image in there. And then the last thing we have to do is just return that image from our utility. So that's all there is for our utility over here. I'm going to clean up unused references. And now we have a little utility class that can read any embedded resource from an assembly. So now if we go into our first button command, large image, we can actually use the image utils, load image that we just created for ourselves. We have the reference to the assembly already. So this is the currently executing assembly. So for 2021, it's going to be referenced to that Revit 2021 assembly. For 2022, it's going to be 2022 that gets referenced. So this makes it super easy for like loading up resources from any assembly that you're actually currently using in a project. So this is going to pull that up from the assembly. And then remember when I mentioned like when it sees a number, it adds an underscore. So the name of that is going to be actually underscore 32x32. So it's the name of that folder. And then there's the name of that button. So I'm going to do that first button.png. So this is the name of the resource. And this makes sure that it finds the right resource in this assembly. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to build it, launch it up, and we should have a button with an image. I know this looks like it's complicated, but these are just like utility classes that will be helpful later on. You don't have to set this up any more time than once. That's pretty much it. Does it make sense so far? Are you guys following along?
Yeah, just a quick recap, like a high level thing. So we're creating a image object that is loaded into Revit, into one of the buttons for Revit. And that the source for that image object is our PNG file that we created.
Yes, so when you created that PNG, making sure that it's 32 by 32 at 96 DPI, it gets embedded into the DLL. So this whole Shazam is about pulling it out of the DLL. So when you go to Avdala roaming Autodesk, there's only a DLL. There's no image here.
Correct.
Right. So the image is actually embedded inside of that DLL. So that's why we have this. That's why we have this utility here that's going to load it from that DLL.
Got it. So
by its name.
Okay.
And then serve it up to Revit, and then Revit's going to have it up here as the button.
Got it.
How is the process different when you have like a family or something else?
If you have like a Revit family?
Yes.
It will be slightly different. So like you wouldn't load it like this part over here, like you wouldn't load it into a image. You can grab that stream and save that stream to a file on the hard drive somewhere. So you could then, I mean, this would literally be like something like file dot. Yeah, system.io. Import yourself. We're in a debug mode and might just complain. You can just write all bytes and you can give it a byte stream or byte array, whatever it might be. So you can save that file then on a drive, because the way to load a Revit family into project, it actually has to be saved on a drive. So I usually, if I have an embedded family, I save it to a temp folder and then I load it into Revit. But you can use this method to pull it up. So this works for images, and we can just reuse that. So like this utility over here for creating buttons, it's copy paste for any other button ever in your life that you create. And you just, all you have to do then is just change the name of it every time, update the tooltip, change the name of the resource that you're looking for, and you're good to go. So you're never gonna have to like implement a button again. You can just copy paste this around. And then this should still bring up our dialog box. And you have this now you have this set up for both projects. So by default, I'm on Revit 22. If I wanted to debug from Revit 2021, I can set that as my startup project. And then when I hit start, now it's gonna pull up Revit 2021. Now it's missing pollination because I deleted a bunch of stuff in there. But if I open anything else in here, we got our button up on the ribbon, and it works as well. And the reason it matters to launch it up from here is because one thing that we can do now is you can, when that button executes, for example, and you need to debug it, like you don't know, like there's some sort of issue and you're trying to debug into it. In Visual Studio, you can hit F9 and put a breakpoint on that piece of, on that line, it gets highlighted in red. But then in Revit, when you actually launch that button, it stops. It doesn't execute the whole code. It just stops over here. So now you can like, okay, what's the command data? What are the available things that I have here? Oh, I got my application, I got my document inside of that. So I can see like, oh, this is all the information I have in there. Now you can start debugging the issues here. So that's the reason why we want to do this by attaching to that process, by launching through Revit. Newer versions of Visual Studio, I think, you can actually make changes on the fly, as far as I know. I just don't have the latest version installed, but this would, the latest version of Visual Studio 2019 gives you like an extra button here next to start.
Yep.
When you in Revit attach to the process, you can make changes in code and it will refresh the plugin automatically, so you don't have to restart constantly. That's a huge time saver. I need to get on that.
Yep.
Yeah, it's hot reload. It's on the just on the right.
Yeah, I need to get on that version quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you'll have a flame icon right after near that start button.
Yeah. I update when I get new computers. It's usually when it happens. It's not that big of a deal with like small versions of Visual Studio, updates from one version to the next, because it's not going to be breaking changes. But like updating for like 2015 to 2017 to 2019, those are like big breaking changes in between. So some of the, like your project might break. Kind of like Revit. Like if you're going from one version to the next, there might be some small changes that you have to fix up. Same thing with Visual Studio. Sometimes things just don't want to get updated.
Okay.
But for the most part, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I'm gonna get on the latest, I promise. I'm kind of waiting for that 2020. I think 1 is gonna be the next release before I do that. But I'm definitely getting on it because it's a huge time saver. Not having to restart Visual Revit every single time is massive time saver.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's one thing that I hate about this process as opposed to development for like if you're building a web app and you can just be in Chrome, you can right click, inspect, make changes there on the fly, refresh. It's just so much better, so much faster to debug stuff that way. But yeah, they're fixing this up. We're going to be able to refresh projects on the fly. All right, so let me save this up for everyone so that you guys have this project to start from when we get around to building the second button. So does all of this make sense so far? Like any questions? Does anybody need to get caught up? Does anything need to be explained any further? I'm happy to do that now. Now is the time.
I was looking in the system.windows.media namespace and there is no imaging.
There is bitmap image.
No, in that top where you started the using system.windows.media, mine comes up as saying imaging doesn't exist. And then when I searched system.windows.media namespace,
okay,
I don't see it in there at all.
Okay, so there's actually 2 namespaces that you will need here. If you add the reference,
that's what I missed.
You can probably see well, now that I have it loaded, I can click on this and it will take me directly to take me directly to where that's defined. So like actually I can click on this. And it will take me here and it will tell me which assembly this is in. So this is presentation core. So if you go to references, add reference, under assemblies, look for presentation core and make sure that's added in.
There it is. Okay, thanks.
All right, so that's presentation core is where that bitmap image class lives. And then there's another method in it, like they somehow managed to split up the actual class from the method that the begin initiate method lives somewhere else. So like if I click on that one, oh no, it's actually here, but it probably depends on something else. It depends on the Windows base class, so it probably has a dependency.
Yeah, I added the Windows base. Okay, cool.
Okay, so those two are needed here. Anything else?
Can you maybe open your references so I can compare which I got and which ones you got already?
Sure. So far we added a couple of references. Windows base is an important one for the images. We got the Revit API through the NuGet. We got the presentation framework and presentation core. These were useful for images and the message box. That's what we needed. And then this has a little like two rectangular boxes stacked on top of each other. Icon next to it, that's the shared project reference. So you can get that by adding a reference to a shared project over here.
Double black diamond.
Yeah, double diamonds for those that like to ski or snowboard. Do they do the coloring in Europe on ski slopes? And Europeans here on the call?
Blue circle, green square, however that goes.
I don't know. I think they just do
Nobody
black,
goes to
red,
Switzerland?
and blue.
Oh, you guys just color them? Okay, so in US when you go snowboarding or skiing or whatever your preference is, they color them, but the colors don't mean squat. Well, at least they don't mean the same thing as you would imagine they would mean. So I got tripped up. So actually in Europe, I got tripped up when I was hiking once in Poland, where a blue or like a green trail on a map was actually ridiculously hard. So we were like climbing up the like vertical walls, basically, just like steps. So in US, they actually colored by difficulty. So red, green, like green and blue are easy, medium, and then black is super hard. I don't know if you guys have that. And then like black diamonds, like 2 diamonds are like super difficult. So it's going to be like a vertical wall when you're skiing.
Don't forget to upload the new file to the Google Drive.
Yeah.
I'm having issues with the post build command line events. I'm getting I don't know, exited with error code 4. I've copied your, actually, you know what? Let me keep screwing with it. First it was admin rights. Now I think I just have some messy strings.
Okay, so there's 2 things usually with these post build commands. Let me upload that masterclass folder for everyone, so that the folder is updated to the latest. And let me explain something really quickly. So sometimes, depending on your post builds and where it's copying things, in this case, we're copying files into app data. App data is a typical location on a user under like a user profile. So if that's your user profile, you have permission to your own user profile. So that's usually not a problem when it comes to permissions to be able to copy files in there, right? So if the permission problem comes up, it's usually because you're trying to overwrite a DLL in that location while Revit is running, right? So shut down Revit, make sure that Revit does not run when you're trying to build your Visual Studio solution. Sometimes you're copying those post builds on your post build when you're copying your, because you can also set up Revit instead of app data, you can go to program data, right? So Revit has an option to drop this into program data, Autodesk Revit, add-ins, and this is the typical location where Autodesk actually puts their plugins into, and this is an admin only folder. So you actually need admin permission to be able to edit anything in here. Now, I have kind of simple philosophy around this. When I'm working with Visual Studio, when I'm building plugins, I usually go to app data for debugging purposes. When I deploy to end users and I don't want them screwing around with the plugins, I actually put it into program data on their machines. Because then most of users in like your typical company policy is they don't have admin rights. They wouldn't be able to come in here and delete this. So that's kind of the idea with these two different locations. So that's why I'll just set this up this way. There's other locations where it looks for plugins. Another popular one is, if you're ever interested, although I was always told never to touch this location. Autodesk obviously installs to C program files Autodesk, and then it has its own, for like Revit 2022, it will have its own add-ins folder here as well. So these are the things that get loaded into Autodesk Revit out of the box, and things like Dynamo Player exist in here. Dynamo Player and Dynamo Player for Revit. Well, that's great. We got two versions of it. I didn't even realize. So some of the things that you see normally in Revit are actually probably plugins for Revit written by Autodesk. So just keep that in mind, that you can get rid of them by just deleting this, but sometimes these things, if you delete these, sometimes I've noticed that they break Autodesk and weird things happen. So I wouldn't actually delete any of these. It's pretty safe to delete plugins that live outside of this folder in the program data location. But so yeah, so to answer your question, permissions can be an issue, usually two reasons. If you're copying your plugin into program data or program files location, then you need admin permission. One way to fix that is to actually launch Visual Studio as an admin. So run it as an administrator. Because then your post builds will be ran as an admin from the command line. So that really fixes it. It would always also tell you have a permission issue when Revit's fired up. So because Revit loads these DLLs into memory and it locks them up. So then you can't touch them, you can't delete them. If Revit's not running, thing that you, what's it called? The Revit worker running. Sometimes it stays behind and locks up files. I don't have it here, but if you crashed out of Revit, the Revit worker might have stayed behind. So that's another thing to check. We have any other questions so far? Nope. All right, let me see if I didn't miss anything from my. We got post builds, manifest.
Maybe I have a question. And you told us before that 32 pixel by 32 pixel is the standard. But I'm not sure if they have increased the image size for the tools the recent years because of the increased monitor sizes and the more pixels, or have they just increased the pixel density of the images for the tools?
Oh, good question. I'm on the, I think like a I don't have one of these big 40-inch monitors,
Okay.
so I haven't even noticed. I didn't see any changes in quality of the image in like the latest versions of 2022. Maybe, but if that was the case, you would see the icon get pixelated, or it would get like if you don't have the right resolution for the icon, what usually happens in Revit is that like you will see just a portion of the icon in that button window, or it gets blurry or pixelated.
Because if I select the icon for PyRevit in the tutorials for PyRevit, it always tells me to use 96 by 96 pixels.
Good question. I'll ask Esan why is he saying to use 96 by 96? Revit will scale it down, obviously. I mean, if the icon is bigger, it'll scale it down, but I haven't. 32 has been working fine for me. I don't have a preference. We can try 96. You guys want to try 96? I don't think it matters. Let's leave that as a homework for you guys to try 96. All right. We can get started with like the second portion of the tutorial, or if you guys have any other questions or anything that comes to mind, I can take those now. I got 2 more things to implement here, so we can just get started with that. Good to go? All right, I'll just keep going. I don't want to be wasting anyone's time. Hopefully we can get through the whole thing. So we'll just get started on the second one, and let's just do the basic copy paste portion of it. So I'm just gonna close out of all of this stuff. So it's just, that was when I was meant to clean up create buttons. All right, so I'm gonna make a second button, and we can do this before break, probably pretty easy because it's just copy paste and rename the existing one, and then we'll go from there after the break. So I'm just gonna make myself a new folder. I'm gonna be very creative with the name and call it second button. And I'm gonna call this second button command. And like I said, it's once you have this set up, it's copy, paste. I don't need the message box, so I'm just gonna leave this placeholder in here. We'll get around to creating that. And then we can just copy this over. And then when you create a button, all you have to do is, so this will automatically pick up the name of that button from here. And then instead of calling it first, we can call it second. This will pick up the location of the assembly, the full name, reference to the name, and the namespace and the class name. And then we can just say second button. And then if I have a resource called second button, I can just upload it here, clean up my references. And it's just that simple to kind of set up the framework for the second one. So all I have to do is just find that second button. I should have this. You guys can download that second image. Oh, this is horrible. Why did I do this? I usually just make a really fancy icons here. So again, I'll just drop it out there. I should probably change my DPIs on that thing now that I know that it exists. Let's try this then. See what Revit says about this. So if I do 32 by 32 on this one, and remember to make it an embedded resource. So now we have our first, second button. And that's our second button here. Now, all we have to do is just always remember to actually load that button up. Not just creating the command class is not enough. We actually have to go here and say second button command create button ribbon panel. We can like create separators and stuff, so we can do ribbon panel dot add separator. So we can like create velcro bars between those and organize this whole thing. I usually just that's why I always set this up like that, is because this gives me like a clear overview of what's happening on my ribbon, what gets created where. So I can create different ribbon panels and then name things appropriately and do stacked buttons, etc. And if I need to, sometimes like if I have a licensing, if we do licensing per button on the plugin, like if I'm working for a client that has a commercial need to sell these, and then you want to license every button, so you want to give some buttons for free, some buttons are paid. I can call this create button method, and instead of returning a void, I can actually return a button. I can then store this in memory and do some, enable or disable them based on licensing features that client might have installed. So that's why I kind of I like to organize them in here, because then I have quick access to all of these buttons from that main entry class, as opposed to building them all up here and then you got like a million lines of code in one place. Anyways, so that would add, so we have our first button and then we have our second button. That gets added to the ribbon. So now if we were to build this should pull up with the second button. See if that 32, if that changing the DPIs in Affinity actually works. There you go. Yeah, it seems to be working. All right, so I might not have to use that online resource. I still suck. Like I get used to using certain things and they never actually look for better ways of doing things. Anyways, so that seems to be working just fine. And this doesn't do anything. So this still brings up the other stuff. This seems to be working. All right, so that second button, what I'm actually gonna get into with this second one is to create a little UI. Show of hands, who's used WPF before and written some XAML code? Anybody who's heard of MVVM? model, view model, view. Does that pattern? Yeah. All right. All right, we got some yes. Used it with Python. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, so you can use it from, oh, this is the funny thing about PyRevit. If somebody's used it with PyRevit, I actually used, when I was building PyRevit plugins, I actually used Visual Studio to design the UIs and then just copy the raw XAML code into PyRevit. You can do it that way, I guess. Because just editing from like a Visual Studio Code editor doesn't give you the XAML editor. Visual Studio actually has that. So I will just create like a pseudo project and then add the UIs into that project and then copy them into PyRevit. Because that gives me an actual editor in here. So one of the things that I wanted to go over, this is where we get to edit the Visual Studio project code manually. So the way I set up we're going to do this for second button. I guess we can do this before break as well. The way I like to break this up is using the MVVM pattern. I'm not too strict about it, but it just gives me a little cleaner way to organize the project. So with the MVVM pattern, it's called MVVM. It's called MVVM is because it splits when you're building a UI, it splits it up into a model and then view and a view model. I guess that's the abbreviation that it stands for. And those three components, they have specific uses. So it's like separation of scopes that's supposed to occur between people potentially working on building out those UIs. So like you have the view, which is the actual window where the graphics live. So like you get your tables and buttons and all of that stuff. The view model is like the class underneath it that controls the interaction between the model, which is like your play where the logic lives. So like if you have an interaction with some sort of database, that's where your like data structure lives and all that stuff. And then the view model kind of controls the exchange between those so that they can talk to each other. So I like to use that MVVM, but with Revit, it works a little bit, I kind of structure it a little bit differently. So let's just create like a placeholder classes for all of these things. So second button, I like to call them second button model. And then I'm going to create another one called second button view model. And then finally, here's where it gets a little tricky. There is normally when you create, like in Visual Studio, when you add a new project and you add a WPF project, WPF class library, what Visual Studio is going to do automatically is going to, when you have that WPF class library, class project, whatever it's called, when you come over here and then add, it gives you things like user controls and windows and resource dictionary shortcuts here so you can add them really quickly. That doesn't happen with shared projects, unfortunately. We can cheat this a little bit. So if I want to have that ability to add a window directly from the shortcut, what I can do is I can actually unload this project and actually unload both of them. And get access to like the underlying code for that project. What I can do with this is I can add a project type GUID, and I'm looking for a link to where that is described on there you go. If you just Google project type GUIDs for Visual Studio. So the reason those are not visible is because when you're creating a Visual Studio project, like a new project here, it usually has like a project type ID associated with it. Depending on what type of the project it is, it will pre-select resources there it makes available to you. So that if you're working with like a VB project, it doesn't load C components for you or something like that, right? It just tries to like make it easier for you to loaded the right resources. But with the .NET framework project that we created for these, it doesn't have the WPF stuff preloaded for it, right? So what you can do is you can manually tell it like preload the WPF stuff. So this is this has a list of like, here's all the different project type GUIDs. And the one that we're interested in is the Windows Presentation Foundation Framework. So this is the GUID that we want to make sure that it gets loaded in there. And the way we can just get you that link, I'm gonna paste it into the chat window so that you have a reference where to find those, and how did I come up with that GUID. So the way you can load those in, I'm gonna just you can add under property group, you can just add project type GUIDs and then make sure that WPF project type GUID is there. So I'm gonna copy paste this for you guys into the chat window. Those are the two project types that I like to have set up for my projects. So I'm gonna reload that, and I'm gonna do the same thing for this one. So if I added that project file, I'm gonna make sure that I have that in that project file. So now for Revit 22, when I go to add a new component, you notice how it preloads WPF components for me. So I have the user controls, I have pages and windows, resource dictionaries. These things are specific to a WPF framework. So it just makes it easier for you to be able to pull up and kind of add specific resources that you need for your UI. Now, the only problem with that is it still doesn't work with shared projects. So you can kind of go about this two ways. You can either add it here. So like if I want to add a new window, a WPF window, I can add it from here. And I can say, call this second button. I'm going to call this view. So we have a model, view model, and a view, right? So I'm going to call this view, leave the XAML extension on it, and add it in. And you notice like I've added it into the actual class here. I don't want it to be there. I want it to be shared. So I'm going to copy, I'm going to cut it, not copy, and paste it into the second button. Now, so now I have my XAML. So this is kind of a workaround for not having that resource available in here. Another option of doing that is if I delete this, you can add a new item. Even though the window is not available, the user control is, or should be. So if you add a user control, it's also a XAML component. Right, so if you add that in here, a quick way to override that is just change its type to window. Right, and then Visual Studio knows that you actually want a window, not a user control. Before you can build it actually, because the backing code, so if you, next to that view XAML, there's a little arrow. If you drop that down and open that, there's a like a backing, but I think it's like code behind class. That's what it's called for WPF. So in that code behind, that class implements a user control by default because that's what we created this as a resource. You can either change this to a window and then import all the missing references, etc., to fix it up, or you can just delete it, let it figure this out at runtime. So I like to just wipe that thing clean and get rid of these. So I personally prefer to keep my code behind super minimal, super clean for that one. So all it does is like when that window gets initiated, it calls this entry command initialize component, and then whatever else needs to be called from here. Now, one thing that you do notice right away with this window is that the grids are underlined, and that's because we're missing some references. Yeah, it's the DLL stuff that always gets to me. So for this one, if we try to build it, Visual Studio is going to tell you that you're missing some stuff. So it's telling us that we're missing the system XAML references. Same thing that we did before. Under reference, add a reference. Under assemblies, we search for XAML. So you want to add a reference to XAML. For 2022, we want to add a reference to XAML. So that's the assembly that contains all of that XAML code that's related to how this gets parsed into actual UIs. Yeah, set this as my startup project. I don't want to start up in 21. I want to start up in 2022. So now we have a view. That's a window. This entry class is redundant. We don't need to have it here. And we have an empty grid and pretty much good to go with like an empty window. So again, we have like a little empty window. That's our view. And then the code that's going to manage its relationship between the actual interaction with Revit is going to be a view model. Can make this public. And then we have our model. We can also make this public. And this is going to be, I like to do my like actual Revit API engagements in this class. And then the view model handles like messaging and stuff between the window. And then in the window actually displays our graphics. So once we come back from the break, we'll go about, I'll show you how I like to set up the model. We'll do like a base class so that it's extendable, and then it's so we can just reuse it so it's reusable later. I will show you how I like to pass like Revit API, a document, application, so that we can interact with the database actually. So we'll re-implement that model class so it's reusable, and then we'll reference it into a view model, and we can talk about extending the view model as well if you guys are interested in that. And then we'll build a simple UI and kind of show you how you can structure this whole thing together, how you can put it all together to have the UI interact with Revit API. But we'll do that after the break. So what we have so far should be buildable. It's just that it's not gonna get pulled up yet. So unlike the message box, if we go to our command, we're not gonna be able to pull this up just yet. We would have to add it in here, which we'll do after the break. That's it. I think we're gonna break. I think we're gonna go for a break 10 minutes early, and then we can probably come back 10 minutes early if you guys want to.
Thanks.
Can you just upload the package again so we can get caught up over the lunch? That'd be great.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is the second session going to be in that other link, or are we going to continue with this one?
They said it has to be in the outer link. By they I mean organizers.
Yeah, I just
Second link.
think, yeah, second link.
wanna make sure.
Second link, because there's a limitation on how long this session can go for overall recording wise.
So we have
Okay.
1 hour break, right?
Officially it starts up again at 1:45, but if everyone agrees, we could end this morning one early and start the afternoon one like at 1:30. I don't know. Up to you, Konrad.
Yeah. So if we're to 1:45, so there was already a 45-minute break, right?
So can you tell me in how many minutes it is, because we have another time zone here?
Oh, yeah. We'll start up it's meant to be an hour or 45-minute break?
I don't know.
TT.
to be an hour.
It's meant to be only like a 30-minute break.
Yeah, I think the official one is from 1 to 2, so 1 hour break New York time.
Are the TT guys here, or did they leave us? Because
No, I'm here. Yeah.
Kenny, you're here, right?
Yeah.
So what time are we starting back up? Let's just cut this cut this.
Yeah, let me take a look at this. 140.
I can look through those emails to find it, but
It's officially supposed to start back up at 2, right? 2 New York time.
Yes.
so this
Okay.
it is a 1 hour break. All right, so let's start it at in an hour, exactly in an hour. That's fine.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
in 1 hour we'll be back on the second on the afternoon link.
Yeah, because I don't want to get into implementing these classes in, we got 10 minutes or whatever. We're not going to get through that. So let's come back in an hour and then implement the MVVM pattern for the UI, and we'll go from there. I'll upload these so that everyone has a good starting point when we get back into this. Am I going too
Konrad,
fast, or any feedback so far? Should I zoom in some more, or?
Well, for me, it's sometimes too fast. So
Yeah,
all
I was
the
gonna say
VCF stuff I didn't done before, and then it's too fast because I have to look where you click, and you have already clicked, and then comes the next step, and I not done that.
yeah, I've been in the same boat where it's just sometimes the setup steps go very quickly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll try to slow down just a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately, you miss one, it just kind of compiles like a car wreck.
Oh yeah. That's always happens
I was
this way.
hoping we can have a little bit background about some introduction about the share project, this kind of ideology. Like I may miss that. Like then it's hard for me to understand why we need a share project, for example.
Why do we do all these shenanigans with references? It usually happens because there are changes between different versions of Revit API, right? So if there is a change from one piece of API to another, that is like a breaking change. They usually don't do those from 1 year to the next, but from like every 2 years. So like if we had a reference to something in 2020, and then we had another version in 2022, the code that we wrote in 2020 is not guaranteed to work in 2022, right? So the reason we set up those as separate projects is because now we can reference Revit API libraries for a specific version that is getting built against, right? So when you open Revit, when you open your plugin in Revit 2021, it loads Revit 2021 APIs, and your code is going to get executed against that API, right? So you're going to make sure that your code still works for that API. Now, if there is a change in it between those versions and it doesn't work, the easiest way to know about this is to actually build it against that API when you're in your Visual Studio setup. You can do this. You can do it in two ways, right? Like I've mentioned that you can do this with configurations. So if you unload this project, you will notice that the references to this Revit API versions are here. So you can conditionally set up like a different reference based on the configuration here, right? So if you added a debug 2021 version, then you conditionally can load a different version of Revit API to debug against when you're building that code. I don't like doing that because what happens then is, for example, when you're building an MSI, like if you're building an installer, you end up having to pre-build different configurations that generate different DLLs for different versions of Revit, and then you have to, in your, like when you're building an MSI, you have to have like a pre-build event that collects all of these DLLs, references them into your MSI, and then you can build your MSI. MSI being like an installer file for Windows. I like having it this way because now every version of Revit is a separate project. So when it gets built, I get separate DLLs for them. And I can, as a separate project, I can reference those into my MSI project separately for each one. So I don't have to do any shenanigans around building them first and then collecting them based on different configurations. Another thing that's nice with this shared project is because this project specifically builds against Revit API 2021, and this one against 2022. When I build, it's like like very low level test that's already running in the background, because if it doesn't build, then I know that there's a difference, that there's some sort of breaking change in my API because it couldn't build that project against that API, right? So that's really like, that's like the easiest kind of test that you can do for your project, for your plugin, to make sure that it works with a given version. And then you get all the, like, so another benefit that just makes it super easy this way is, like, if you're building a UI, I'm using WPF for building the UIs. Some people like using, some people like building them as web applications. Revit ships, for example, like you can use C# to build UIs. C# is like a wrapper around Chrome. So you can have Chrome embedded, and then you can pull up like a Chrome window, which is like a website page in Revit, and you can interact with Revit through that. But Autodesk ships with different versions of C#, depending on the version of Revit that you're in. So now your application has to, like, when you're building your application, if you're building a plugin for Revit 2021, it's a version of C#. If you're building it for 2018, it's a different version of C#. How do you know what, like, does your code work on both of them? You can really easily do this by referencing different versions of those NuGets. So you can have now different versions of libraries that you're building against. So like if you, we mentioned .NET frameworks, you can have packages that are built against different .NET frameworks loaded into different versions of projects of your plugin, right? So you can have all these different nuances between those plugins, between the version of the plugins, without having to go through a whole lot of hoops to set that up. You can just, each version has its own project. Whatever differences there are between those, you can see them right away. And when you're building, it builds against that, so you can spot issues right away.
Can this method be used also for the Dynamo package for the different versions?
Oh yeah.
Is it
similar? So I use that with Dynamo. If I pull up something, so this is the Archilab package for Dynamo, and I use that as well. So I got my 2018 version, and this is probably the easiest. Like another thing that's that I can show you guys. For example, really old one, 2018, and a newer one, 2021, for example. Under Revit, changes in Revit APIs, like image instances, maybe they had some changes in there. Yeah, there you go. So if I was to show you an example of, like, there's a change in the API, image instance, like the way you load images into Revit in version 2018 works differently than it does in 2020, 21, 22, etc. upwards. They made the change in the API. The way you can work around that is, I still have just a single, in my shared project, I still have just a single image instance class, and I can handle, in that class, I can handle all the different versions without having to rewrite the code too much. So that doesn't even exist. So the reason I have this if statement up here is because that doesn't even exist in older versions of Revit, right? But if it did, I think there's probably a good one in here somewhere that shows this a little bit better. In a room. Oh yeah, there you go. So you see how this is grayed out? The method for calculating a height, the node for calculating a room height, does not work because of the methods that it's using in there. Does not work for 2018, 19, 20, and 2021. So if I wanted to, I can conditionally not create that node. So it's going to be, my package for 2022 is going to look different than my package for 2017, because I just have to reload these. So in 2022, when I build this package, that code gets built, and that node for room height exists. But when I build my package for 2021, it disappears. It no longer exists there because there is no API that matches what I'm trying to do here. So I don't even bother rebuilding it for the older versions. So you can set this up really quickly this way, and I wouldn't have to, like have another copy of that same class for every version. So that, I mean, it's just one way of working with this stuff. Like units is another one, I guess. There will be our units. Oh, there you go. So units is another one when they made changes to units in like Revit 2022. So for Revit 2022, the way you handle units is using the new format options where you give it a forge unit type. So the set format options node for when I'm building version 2022 uses the forge types, but when I'm switching, when 2021 gets built, it's as if I was switched to this, and then set format options does not get built by this one, but this version gets built. It's the node is named exactly the same, but it uses a different unit type. It uses the old unit types, right? So I can toggle between my code. For 2022, this disappears. For 2021, this disappears. So my package has different code in it depending on what version of Revit it's built against, and you can manage that super easy here. So now those DLLs actually are different under the hood, but it's easy for me to manage that because of all these short projects that I set up here.
Cool, thank you.
So when I reopened this most recent project or solution, and I tried to reload the Revit 2021, it just kept shooting me into the CS project file, saying there was like an error or a warning, and it would never reload. I ended up just recreating the whole thing.
So when
21 was unloaded.
This, right?
It was unloaded when I opened it.
Oh, okay.
And it was pointing to that MS builds, which I couldn't find anything that was telling me that was.
Probably some files were missing.
Yeah.
Let me just.
I ended up just clicked reloading and it just reloaded. I don't know.
Weird.
I can update that folder again with the projects reloaded. Maybe some files got unloaded by accident when the project was missing.
Yeah, fault's on me. I didn't load 2022 on my machine.
Oh, no worries. Not everyone has to have. I have like 2017 up. Not everyone has to have that.
Well, yeah, we've got 2015 to 2022 all installed.
Yeah, that's a rough one. I couldn't even find. I had to that helper bot lady when you go to Microsoft's download center.
Yeah.
Because 2019 is the last one that's listed currently. So 2022, 21, 20, 2019 if you're lucky. But to download 18, 17, any earlier ones, you have to talk to the bot lady. So it's funny because you have to ask the bot, "Where's the link?" If she pulls up the link, though, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice to know. I thought we actually only had the past 3 versions accessible to us. Anything older we lost.
No, if you talk to her, she'll pull up the links. Autodesk doesn't officially want to support those, so that's kind of why they want you to move up to the latest and greatest.
Yeah, officially not supported, but if you ask them, you could get a temp license for those.
Yeah.
I mean, we need it for legacy projects anyway, so we have to have at least one of each.
So Konrad, I have installed the ReSharper add-on. And maybe can you explain what the difference is if I don't have it? So what does it do?
I don't even remember what the difference would be if I didn't have it, because I've had it.
Because you said we definitely need that.
Oh no, you definitely need it if you're gonna be doing a lot of software development, especially in Visual Studio. I highly recommend it. It's not like you have to have it, but it makes it easy to. It's like simple things like naming conventions, like what's a private variable named like, what's a public variable named like, what's a read-only variable, what's a constant. Like there's naming conventions and standards for a lot of these things. There's naming conventions and standards for namespaces. Like all of these things that are like considered good practice. It will just tell you, it will warn you about those things. Like, I didn't know that Visual Studio had a problem with, or like it could slow down Visual Studio if you had all of these using statements. They're not being used in the file. I didn't know about like simple things like when you're implementing interfaces, it pops them out and implements them. When you're refactoring code, like if you rename a variable, it'll go through, find it everywhere and rename it for you. A lot of like implementation stuff that it does on the fly for you automatically. So it's a pretty useful feature to have, so to speak. So I like it. Like if you have base classes and you want to implement those across other classes, you can do that pretty quickly with it. And then it just keeps track of like making sure everything's consistent. So it just it's like additional like IntelliSense Plus. It kind of keeps telling you that you misnamed something or did this or did that. It keeps it clean. It's like, I'll give you an example. I like to use the VAR. It's like another thing that a lot of people have a problem with, so to speak. This basically, like Visual Studio knows what the type for the assembly is. It's going to be an assembly object. So some people prefer to do this when they strong type the variables. I don't like doing that because if I use var, it's the same result. But what it allows me to do is it allows me to change my mind at any point in time without having to go back here and change this. So this method, get executing assembly, returns an assembly, right? So if I strong type this as an assembly and then I called get executing assembly, it's fine. But if I change my mind and instead of executing assembly, I wanted to get a full name, now it's a problem for it, for example, because now this was meant to return an assembly, but it's returning a string. So now I have to go back here and rename this to a string, right? It's not a problem with var, like because it dynamically picks up what the type is. So that's why I preferred that, because then it gives me a little bit more flexibility, and then I can go like, oh, give me full name. Nothing changes other than like down the line, it's expecting an assembly. Location, not a string, so I can like call this on it anymore. But that's like some of those things. But if you're using var here but not there, ReSharper will allow you to like refactor that, and you can change this really quickly across the whole project. So it's other like small little things that it kind of keeps reminding me to do.
And sometimes you said before, I have to clean up my references. How do you know which one you have to clean up and which one you use them?
So it highlights them here as well. So if I have a reference that I'm not using, right, it's gonna be grayed out, kind of lighter gray color.
Okay, so it's hard to see.
Yeah, I know it's not.
That's just native though. ReSharper doesn't.
It should be as well. Yeah, but you can. But with ReSharper, you can do this for a whole project. You can just like right click and clean up everywhere. Yeah, other stuff like implementations for interfaces and stuff like that. It's usually helpful with code. code refactoring or kind of code cleanup and management is pretty helpful and useful. And then I'm lazy. Like I never know what I'm supposed to name things, so I just let it tell me what to name stuff. So I kind of, another thing is like that's useful is with new versions of .NET, when there's like new changes that happen, like the null coalescing stuff. Like I didn't know this was available, like the latest .NET version, or with the double null coalescing stuff. Like I didn't even know these things were available, but ReSharper latest version will have that. So it will tell you like, oh, now you can optimize your code and do this. It will just remind you like when you're doing switch statements and your switch statement has only 2 switches in it. Well, you can probably get away with doing if else, and that covers those 2 switch cases. You don't have to do a switch. So it just kind of keeps you on your toes around that kind of stuff.
And what do you think about the code pen, what everyone's talking about these days?
Code pen as in?
It's the automatic artificial intelligence who just inserts code suggestions, right?
Yes. I don't know. I haven't tried it, but is it gonna write my plugins for me? I'll just tell it, give me a button, and it'll just go ahead and do it. If that's the case, then awesome. I don't know. I haven't tried it. It seems like for sure it would take away a bunch of the boilerplate stuff. That sounds like a useful thing to do. It's kind of like you can automate the boring stuff out of Revit and just let people make decisions about design. That's like that, right? Like if you can automate the boring stuff out of coding and just let people I have a broken arm right now, and this has been a crutch. Okay. Yeah, that seems like a pretty useful thing. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. And it can do all sorts of different types of code. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I'll totally use that. I'm talking about this. So I'm posted a link. You can talk to your Visual Studio Code or whatever
this
other
looks
editor you have.
awesome.
Yeah, I'll talk to it. The problem is that those speech recognition things are probably gonna hate my Russian Polish accent. So I don't know. I can give it a try probably. So yeah, that's kind of what I use ReSharper for. It's not like I have to have it, but it just makes it useful and consistent. So if you're working by yourself, it's not that big of a deal. Like who gives a shit what your code looks like if you're the only one reading it. But if you're working across a team and you got 5 people working on the code and you want it to be consistent for the 6th person that joins the team to kind of always have the same thing, it's just like a set of rules. So like this is how we write the code. And it just makes it easy for everyone to stay on the same set of rules. All right, so let's jump right back into it. I'm gonna take it a little bit slower this time. In terms of clicking all over the place, I'm gonna try to pay attention to that. This is probably typical for everyone who's ever taught or had a presentation. You always race through your slides because you think you're gonna run out of time. You always race through your code because you think you're gonna run out of time and not cover everything. I guess this is not that big of a deal because it's being recorded, so everyone can always kind of circle back on half the speed or something. And rewatch this. And I'm just trying to make sure that we cover everything. But if normally, like if it's not recorded, then it's an issue, right? Or a bigger issue than it is right now. But anyway, so I'll try to make it smaller. I mean, slower a little bit.
Can I ask a question before we start?
Yeah, go ahead.
For the naming of the masterclass.revit.2021, is that a just a preference, or is that for something in the code so it can compile correctly?
No, this is just my preference. I know which project refers to which version of Revit, and I will add something called masterclass.revit.core in a minute, and that's just like some like core utilities I like to share across all these different projects, and you'll see why when I'm doing that. Yeah, it's just naming that I use.
One other quick thing. At the end of the last session, you did something with WPF that seemed to enable another set of options. When I go to add this user control, I'm not able to. So was there something I had to add from WPF in order to do that?
Well, so if you're under the shared project, right, and for the second button, if you add a new item, the user control should be here on the list.
Yeah, I don't have almost any of these. I have a very small subset of these.
You might need to install.
Maybe it's from online from WPF.
It's probably not from online. You might have to install. These would come out of the box for like a .NET.
Yeah, I think that's an option when you first install Visual
Install
Studio.
Visual Studio. Yeah, exactly.
Got it.
Let me see if I can dig this thing up. It's probably
It's okay. If it's just me, I can figure out how to install the extra packages. That's easy. I thought I knew that, but that's easy to do. Just adding extra packages.
I'm trying to search for, because they have this like an updater Visual Studio installer. Yeah, usually sits right next to that actual Visual Studio. You can always rerun this to pick up any options that you've missed from previous install. All right, so like the Visual Studio community, you can always modify that. And then all of these different options here will come up. So like I have .NET Core, but that's not something that we're using here, so you wouldn't actually have to install that. But .NET Desktop Development, that will have the .NET Framework stuff in it. And then this Windows Platform Development, that will probably have the WPF stuff in it. So these are the two that you probably want to have installed for that. And then if you're doing like, I don't know, I didn't use Visual Studio for Node. I usually go from Visual Studio Code for that, but yeah, all of that stuff is, you can click on those to see what's in there. That will have Wix. Yeah. You probably want to have these. Yeah, .NET Core doesn't have that stuff. But yeah, these are the, this is how you can add this to add any additional components. All right. So search for Visual Studio Community and then go to that folder that usually has the installer link.
Great, thank you.
All right. All right. So MVVM, we're gonna talk about this a little bit. So before we got into this, at the end of last session, we set up this second button model, view model, and then the view, which is going to be our window. So the way I like to split up logically what those three things are doing is pretty straightforward. The model is my interaction with Revit. So anytime I touch anything in Revit, like if I do a transaction or pull some information from the Revit model, I usually try to do it in the model. The view model is just passing information back and forth. So any events happening in the view, in the window, so user clicks a button, what happens? That logic sits here. So if the user clicks a button, this class gets called and tells that this button is supposed to execute this code, and it usually calls back to the model class. So those three is how I kind of go back and forth from the UI and the Revit API and tie those together. Now, I'm not super strict around like specifics of MVVM. If you guys really dig deeper into that and read up, there's not supposed to be like passing of the UI objects to the view model, etc. Sometimes I break that rule, but you will see why it's not that big of a deal in some of these instances. But the idea was really meant to be that if you have 3 people on a team and each one of them is responsible for different portion of that. You know, someone's responsible for the data structure, someone's responsible for logic, someone's responsible for the graphics. They can work separately in those 3 different components. I don't kind of treat it that way, but still, to kind of just set up my own logic around this. I don't know. It's up to you guys if you want to follow my logic. It doesn't matter. All right, so this was meant to be the model is what we're going to implement first. So the model is supposed to be like the first thing that we want to interact with. So how do we access anything within the Revit API? Is by basically when the command gets called, this command data has information about the UI application that the button is being called from, and that in that later down the line has information about the document. So we can pass that into information down into our model. So the way I like to set this up is I like to pull up the UI app from here. So I'm gonna create a variable called UI app, and I'm just basically gonna pull up the command data that application, right? And then I usually just pass that to, I create a variable for the model, and I create a new second button model, and I'll pass that UI app into it. That will be like a pseudocode that I'll set up. So obviously our second button, and if you hold control and hover over that function, then you can click on it and jump into it. Now, because we're in a shared project environment, it's going to ask you like which one of those 2 you actually want to jump into, because it thinks that it's like 2 separate projects that you're in. You can pick any one of those and it works. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one. So what we're doing here really quickly is passing that UI app object. So it's a UI application type object into this constructor. So what we're missing here is a constructor that takes that UI application object. So we create a constructor, and then for that one, we just pass UI application. So I'm just going to select that second one, and it's going to automatically add a using reference over here for me. So the using states autodesk.revit.ui. So this is the UI application object. That's the namespace for it. So we have to add that. And I'm just going to call this UI app. So that's our constructor. So now if I control tab, so I'm switching between those. If we go back to command, now this is not complaining because now it has a new, when we're creating a new instance of that class, the second button model, now it has an input for that UI application. So it's not complaining that we were trying to call something that doesn't exist. Now, once we pass that stuff in here, what I usually like to do is I usually like to have like down below, I will set up other commands for pulling objects from Revit, for sending some, you know, like changing some variables or properties, et cetera, et cetera. So like when you start interacting with Revit, like if you want to delete, like for this one, what we're going to do is we're going to pull all the rooms from the project, create a UI for it, and then we can select and delete them. So we're going to basically have 2 functions here. One's going to collect all the rooms, and the other one's going to delete selected rooms, right? So when I do that, I usually set this up down below, but these interactions require that we make calls to document. So I usually keep that stored, the UI app and the document. I make it available for myself so that I can reuse it in other methods by setting it up as a public property out here on that class. So I can create a public UI, UI application. And I'm going to call this UI app, and I'm going to do curly brackets. So curly brackets is basically telling you it's you can set up specific logic for getting that object that's stored in this variable or in this property, or setting it. I'm only gonna set up a getter. So this is a read only by default. So when we only do get and we don't do set, if we did set, then this is a read and write property. But I don't want I don't want that. I just want to get so that nobody can override this. Basically, that's the idea. So it only gets set once from our constructor, and then it will never get changed. So that's kind of the idea with this one. And I'll also expose, because this is a very popular thing, is to access the document. It's whenever you're trying to do anything to Revit, is to usually go through the document. The only time you go through the UI app object is when you messing around with like the UI stuff, with the UI level stuff. So like switching a view, like an active view in Revit, you would go up through the application as opposed to the document. But deleting a room is a document action. So for that one, I'm gonna just store a document, reference to a document for myself. And it automatically, because I just typed this a little too fast, it created a reference, a using reference to creation. That's not the right one. So when you hover, when you type in document, Revit has two different types of documents. One that lives in Revit creation document, and one that lives in the regular Autodesk Revit DB document. For this one, we need the DB document reference. So Autodesk Revit DB is the right reference here. So I'm going to name this one.
What does DB stand for?
Database, Autodesk Revit database. All right, so I'm going to have these two read-only properties as placeholders on that class, and then we can set their value from the constructor. So anytime we create a new instance of the model class, it automatically sets these two for us, so that later on when we call in some functions, we have access to these two properties. So the UI app is exactly what we passed in here from the constructor. So I can just pass that on into the variable and store it in the variable. So this is like the button command passes the UI application to a class, and that class just stores it for later. And then the document is going to be set by calling the UI app, and then UI app actually has an active UI document property on it. So it's like levels in Revit. So the UI application that has like a UI document in it, then later on it has the database level document in it. So that's the database level document. So that's why I said I actually want this to be Autodesk Revit DB, and this returns a Autodesk Revit DB document. So this is how I store a reference to UI app and doc. And again, UI app is used when you're doing like application level stuff, like activated view or close current active view or something like that. And then document is when you're doing database level changes. So this is the basic setup for our class over here for the model. And then later on, we're gonna add interactions with Revit to it. As everyone was able to get this before I don't want to go too fast. Trying to take it a little slower this time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you mention which reference to document we were targeting there?
Right up here. So there's two references. One is called Autodesk Revit DB, and the other one is called Autodesk Revit UI.
Okay, and then we're using the document comes from DB, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
So because we're declaring this public UI app and public document doc, that's why we don't need to use variable equals to UI app or whatever. It's just reading that property and then setting that under the method, right?
Yeah. So even in Visual Studio, when you like double click on this, it will highlight automatically which variable it's referring to. In this case, it's that property on that class.
Got it. Okay.
Can you show us the document that's referencing this class?
The document, so it's the command.
Command.
Right. So the second button command is creating an instance of that model class, and we're passing the UI app into it. So this is going to be our model. All right. So now that we have the model set up, we can pass the model into the view model so that we can always make a call from the view model. We can always reach the model and then make some interactions with Revit possible, right? So the view, which is the window, talks to the view model talks to the model. So that's kind of the chain of command here. So over here, I'm gonna make a public, and the type for this is gonna be second button model. So this is gonna be our model class object type. And I'm gonna call this model and make it a get set. We can make it a get too, I guess. It's a read only. We're not gonna reset this. It doesn't matter. So this property on this class is gonna store a reference to our second button model so that we can make them then make calls to the API for Revit. In order to set that, all we have to do is again create a constructor for the second button view model and pass the second button model into it. And then from here, we can just set it like this. Right, so now when you're in the view model, you'll have a reference to the actual second button model. And from that, you have a reference to Revit API document that you're currently in and an application, so then you can interact with Revit. I realize that this probably looks a little redundant, but it's just, I like to keep those things separated from each other for like logical purposes. Like I don't want to have, like when I'm talking to Revit, I don't want to have code that changes the color of the button in my UI in that same file. I just don't want to mix up those like UI calls and Revit API calls together in one thing. So that's kind of why I like this kind of separation in the MVVM pattern. It's also very like, once you get used to this kind of separation of concerns, the pattern doesn't really matter. There's other patterns for doing that. But it's very popular one in like, if you're building web apps in Visual Studio Code, it's very popular to set things up like that as well in there when you have a model, view model, and a view. You might have a controller or something else, whatever it's called. But it's pretty much that same logic when you're separating those things, separating the like HTML files from CS files or JS files that underlie the logic that controls those. Okay, so now that we have that, now I've mentioned that we use an MVVM. There's actually a utility library for MVVM that I like to use here that will help us deal with back and forth between like dealing with events and stuff. I don't like set up commands through boilerplate code, so I usually use like an MVVM libs library for this. So if you go to this time, instead of clicking individually on these and adding the references through here, I want to add the same reference, same NuGet package to both of my projects. So I can actually click on the solution, right click on the solution, and manage NuGet packages for a solution. So I'm going to add a NuGet package to multiple projects at the same time. So what I'm going to look for is called MVVM. And probably one of the more popular ones here is the MVVM Lite libs. All right, so when you click on that one, on the right, you will have an option to add it to both of your projects. All right, so unlike Revit API, when we're searching for Revit, because we want to install different versions of Revit, I would, like for 2021, I would only have this checked. But with this, we're adding the same version of this library to both projects, so we can just select the whole thing, or in this case, just click on the project, or however you want to do that. We can just pick up the latest, hit install. We're gonna accept the license, and that's gonna go through and add it to our references. The reason I wanted to add it in there is because I like to have an implementation for something called the view model base. And that comes from the MVVM Lite package. All right, so now we've added a dependency on like a third-party library into our project that needs to be downloaded. And because it's not going to be on every end user computer. So when you build this now, with that reference to that third-party library used in the project, you will notice that Visual Studio, I'm going to leave this up here, in your debug folder, now you're going to have a bunch of Galasoft MVVM Lite stuff in here, right? So it copies all of the resources into the debug folder. And our post-build event is actually going to copy all of these into our Revit file, into our Revit add-ins. Right, so now we have all of the dependencies that we need directly into our copied into our add-ins folder.
Anyone else get a failed to fetch results? Mine was getting a 404 not found for some reason in the.
Oh, that's an internet connection error, 404 not found.
I'm obviously connected to the internet, so I don't know what's.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's on me. I'll figure it out.
I don't know. Try refreshing. You can download those directly from. You can download those directly from NuGet. Not nuggets.
I have installed the NuGet for MVVM and now get 213 errors.
200 searching errors.
Yeah, I don't know. System object is not defined or important. System void is not defined or imported.
I'm not sure I've ever seen an error like that.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say you can always download it from here, and then you could add it from local source, not from NuGet.org. Although I prefer doing it from NuGet.org because once you upload this to GitHub and you want to build your project in GitHub remotely, you want your NuGets to be somewhere in a public location where you can actually pull it into a virtual environment if you're building this remotely. Mark, did you figure out how to get those? Are you still getting that error?
I just closed it down just to see if for some reason.
I've posted a screenshot in Slack.
Do you have like a extra curly bracket in there or something? Oh, MS Core lib. Okay. For some reason, you might have to add this library to your project. Typically, that would be loaded by default, but I don't know.
It's already added. I tried another 22. Oh, it's already in there.
All right.
I will just follow you. That's okay. I live
Yeah, you
with
can
the
try
errors.
restarting because these are defaults, and that library should be loaded by default. Just like you said, MS Core lib should be. It's not something that you have to load in by default. it should be in there. Maybe you just have to reload that MS core lib because
Yeah,
of the .NET Framework version.
Yeah, restart has done the trick.
All right.
Perfect.
Yeah, Visual Studio sometimes gets out of sorts. Okay, so
how would you load the local? Sorry.
How would I load it locally?
Yeah.
You want to go to if you go to solutions, you have to add like a local source for these packages. So if you're going to manage NuGet packages, then you can add like a local folder here.
Okay.
And point that folder at the location when you downloaded that package, and then it should pull it up when you search for it, and then you can load it from there. Again, that's gonna break what I was gonna show you guys later, but we'll see if we can even get around to that. But I wanted to show you how to build it automatically remotely from GitHub, but that would break for you if you're loading that package locally, just FYI. Okay, so we have our view model. So the third and the final piece over here to set up is the actual view. So really quickly, a couple of things that we want to do here. And I'm going to try to make it as simple as possible for our view. So I'm not going to do a whole lot of design, graphics, etc. It's just going to kind of keep it bare bones. Couple of things that I like to do with this. I'm going to delete the design height. I like to have this be, I like this window that we're editing to automatically pick up the size of the controls that I have so that it's not bigger than what I need it to be. So what I usually do is I usually set the size to content, and I usually set it to height. So now it's going to automatically, Visual Studio is going to automatically make it super small, because I don't have any content in it, so it just kind of collapses it to just the title bar. So I would set the width on it to something reasonable, like 800. I would set the title, so that's the piece of text that's going to get displayed on top of the window. We can call this AECtech. Let's get creative. Second button, and then I usually like my windows to pop open at the center of the screen. So I set the Windows startup location to center screen. And I don't know if you guys want to get creative. We can set border thickness just to give it a little bit of styling. So let's set the border, just give it like a top border of 5 pixels. So the way these thicknesses are set up is that there's 4 inputs into it. So that string is 0 is left, 5 would be top, and then 0 is right, and then 0 is bottom. So that's how you define borders or margins. It's usually 4 inputs in WPF, right? So again, it goes left in clockwise order. So this is the thickness for the left, this is top, this is right, and then this one's bottom. And then so I gave it a thickness. So by default, you notice that it gave like a little 5 pixel border here on top of the window. We can also control the border brush. So we can give it a color, give it yellow or something just to match our AECtech color scheme or whatever you want to call it. So that's it. That usually gets it done. I usually add an icon in here, but icons are a tricky subject, so we'll get around to setting an icon later. Okay. So next thing I usually do over here is for my grid, I want to have kind of typical buttons that you normally see on Windows, so like a close button. And for this particular one, I mentioned that what we're going to do is we're going to pull a list of all the rooms in a file and then allow people to select and delete a room. So I'm going to have 2 buttons, close button to close the window if you want to cancel out of this, and then a delete button, which is going to delete whatever rooms you selected, right? So the way this UI is going to look like is going to be pretty simple. It's going to be a table with a delete button below it. So when I do my grid, when I set up my grid, I usually set up, I usually split it up horizontally. So what I do is I set up a grid row definitions. So in WPF now you can create like a row definition, and for each one of these you can tell it what height you want it to be. Right, so now I'm defining rows that this window is going to get split into. So I want my first row to be like the main content row, so I'm just going to use an asterisk here for height. And my second row, I want that to be a specific height because that's where I'm going to host my kind of everyday use buttons. So my close and delete button is always going to be in this kind of section down below the content, right? And I don't want this to overlap, so I set this up as rows. So I'm going to have a 40 pixel row down at the bottom for my buttons, and then whatever I put in it into the actual main content of that window is going to go between that little border and the 40 pixel row. You've noticed I used the keyboard shortcut because I didn't type the row definition again. Whenever you want to copy a row of code in Visual Studio, you can do like Control D, and it will just copy that to the next row. All right, so these are my rows, and then once I have those rows, I'm just gonna set up. Two buttons in here. So I'm gonna create a button. That button is basically gonna go. So the way you tell it which row you want it to go into, you can say grid.row, and I'm gonna type in 1. So that puts the button into the second row over here, right? Obviously, this is an ugly button because it by default fills up the whole row. So I don't want it to be that big. I want it to be a little bit smaller. So I want that button to have a width and a height. So I'm going to tell that button to be 75 pixels in width. And I'm gonna tell that button to have a height of, let's say 20 is a good fit. Right, so it gives me a little bit of border around that button. Now, by default, it puts it up in center. So if you want to move it all the way to the right, that's a typical location for all of these buttons. Then you want to tell it that horizontal alignment is to be to the right. Now, it's slid it over all the way to the right. I don't like to slide it over all the way to the right, so we can tell it that there's a margin. And again, like I've mentioned, left, top, right in the clockwise order. So when we're setting a margin, I don't care what the left margin is for this button, right? So I'm going to set it to 0. I don't care what top is, so I'm going to set it to 0. I care that the right one is set to 12, and then the bottom one, you can set it to 10, it doesn't matter. You can leave it at 0 because it's automatically centering it anyways within that content. So the only one that's going to actively control where the location of that button is that right margin over here. If you want to be really super specific, you can set that bottom one to 10. I really don't care. I usually just leave it at 0. All right, there should be text inside of this button. So you can set something called content on it and tell it this is a close button. So when you have a close button, when you click it, you want that close button to do something. One more thing. I'm saying it's going to center it automatically. Just to be explicit, we can do vertical alignment center, and then we're good. All right. So now when you click that button, you actually want it to do something. Now, so this is where the NVVM pattern comes into place. So normally when you're setting up these with these UIs, what you can do is you can actually set up the click event. When you do that, it gives you an option to automatically create a method for that click event, right? And then that's gonna, when you click on that, it will jump you out into this code behind. I don't like using this portion of the code to edit, like to do any of these commands, because again, I set up my view model that has access to the Revit API. So I kind of want to take advantage of that. So I'm not going to use this method. I'm going to delete this out of here, and I'm going to use a different method. there's a method called a command, right? And command allows you to do something called a binding, right? Binding is basically like establishing a connection between your view model and the view over here. So in the view model, you can have a method or a property that you can bind to. So you're basically establishing like, this is my data connected to the view. So your view displays whatever happens in the data. If you have an action that you want to execute, then you can tell the button when you click it, execute a command, execute a function from this view model. So I'm going to bind it to a method code close, and I want that button to be a one-way button. So when you do binding, you can have the property in the view model be driven by the UI, or you can drive the UI by the property. So this is like one way or two ways. Button is really like, you can't really trigger a button from code behind. Well, you could, but it's not a typical thing. You expect it to be only triggered when users actually interact with the UI. So that's why I'm saying this is a one-way method. So once we have that, and then so what we actually want to do is actually close the window, right? So how do we know what the window object is that is going to be closed? So what we actually want to pass over to that view model is where we can use something called command parameter, and we can tell it to pass something as an argument into that method. So what I can bind it to is element name, and all we have to do is give our window a name. So we have to name our window object. So we can jump up and call this, let's call this window. Right, so now we named the window object itself, right? So when we go over here, we can then pass that window object to our view model and then interact with it from there. Does that make sense? So we'll call a method called close and use a method, use an argument inside of that close method called window. So it's going to be a window object that we pass into it. So if you jump into a view model, you can set up something called a relay command. So that's why I loaded the MVVM library, because I don't want to boilerplate create a relay command by typing up some code. The library already has these set up, so we can just really easily reference those. So relay command from MVVM light command is what we want to reference here. That relay command, if we do the, what are they called? Pointy brackets, whatever they call it. We can tell it what kind of argument we're going to be passing to it. So this is going to be a window type object. So our command is going to have a window input. And then we call this close. And we're going to call this, we're going to do a get set on it. So then to be able to execute that, we got to tell it like what happens when someone clicks the close button. So now we have to just implement it. So close equals new relay command. And I just clicked enter and it filled it up for me automatically. So it tells it that that relay command has an argument type of window as an input. So whatever we implemented as, it has to have that argument type. And then when that method gets called, we're going to implement an actual function that's going to get executed. So I'm going to say, when someone clicks that button, execute method called onClose. I'm going to close. So we don't have anything implemented for it. You can just hover over this, and a little helper should come up here, and it says generate a method. So that's one way of like automatically generating a method for this, or we can just type it up ourselves. So if you want to type it up yourself, then you can just say it's a private method. It doesn't return anything, so it's going to be a void. We're going to call it onClose, and the input into it is going to be a window object. And that's our method that's going to get executed. when this command is called. What's going to happen when you close? You can just close the window. All right, so we went from when someone presses the button, a command gets executed called close, and we passing a window object into it as an argument, right? And this whole thing, this whole window is bound to the view model, so it looks for a method called close, a relay command called close, and then it's going to look when that relay command gets triggered. What do we execute? We execute on close, so the window is going to get closed. So it's kind of like a chain of events that happens. Does it make sense?
Yeah. Konrad,
Mm-hmm.
can you make different types of buttons? Like there's two options, buttons, like something like a slider or a knob, or is it, or can you just make clicks? Something.
Oh, you can make any. You can make anything that's available in WPF library. So, I don't know, like toggle buttons, push buttons, drop down buttons, all sorts of different buttons that you can set up over here this way. I'm not gonna go through all of them. This is not.
Yeah.
I don't know. And so sliders are probably not available. You can download sliders for WPF as extensions. A popular UI extension for WPF is called Exceed. That will have sliders probably. So there's like third-party libraries that you can extend what comes out of the box with.
All right, you have typed everything manually, but I have seen
you don't have to.
Kind of in Visual Studio, kind of a graphical board with all the buttons where you just drag and drop everything and not typing everything.
Yep, it comes from here. There's no usable controls here. I can probably set this up. I never actually used this, but yeah, you can drag and drop stuff. And
so that's just a preference that you type everything. Someone else will maybe do the graphical stuff or dropping into the window. Or...
Yeah, I don't. So here's the thing that happens. Like, this probably goes back to like HTML. Like when you're designing websites, there used to be with like HTML, you used to be able to like front page was a popular one. Dreamweaver from Adobe was another one when you can like there was an interface for dropping things on a page and laying out, and you can stretch and pull on all of this, right? So it was like a visual designer. Problem with that is that when I found it over the years that yeah, you can, like when you're designing things and you stretch them and whatnot, you're not thinking about the relationships. Like the code that gets generated underneath is automatically generated by the software that you like pulling and pushing on. And it creates all of these, like makes assumptions about what the relationships were meant to be, as opposed to when I'm manually, like when I went through every step of the way with this, like I manually told it, like make sure that the button is this and this width. It's aligned to the right center. It has this size, this text in it. That establishes a kind of very clear, concise relationship between the window and the button in terms of where it lies, as opposed to if I like dragged it and now it's like, well, it creates the margin from the right at 644. Shouldn't it be really from the left at like 20 or something? You know what I mean? Like you're letting the software make assumptions for you. I don't like that. So that's why I usually type it out, because I can set up to. I don't let it interpret what I'm trying to do.
Cool. Thanks.
So things don't just like reshuffle on me too when I pull up the window, because it's just because the relationships are kind of pretty strict and rigid. Yeah, this was a perfect example of me dragging it and it aligns it to the right. What would happen if you like stretch the window to the right? Your button would move with it to the right, as opposed to like if you wanted it to really be aligned to the left, that all of a sudden wouldn't work. Right, so like in a designer, like if you just drag this thing over here, right, it tells it that you want it to be 700 pixels from the right. Well, imagine you pull up this window now in the actual UI in Revit, and you stretch the size of it to the right, your button moves with it all of a sudden. You thought that you had it aligned to the left, but it's not. So that's really what this is about, why I type it out manually like this.
And there's the option to able to resize the windows manually. So in Revit, there are a lot of windows, especially in the past. Now it's getting better with each version that you can, some of the windows, you cannot drag them, make the size bigger or smaller.
Yeah.
Is it such a complicated thing to implement such a button to resize the window or not?
Well, it's not. I mean, you can turn it on. Well, it's by default, it's on. So they specifically turn it off. That's one thing. And two, it's because of these relationships that I just talked about. Like if you fix the window size and you don't let people change it, and then you place your components inside of it, then they are exactly where you place them. But if you're allowing users to stretch the window, now you have to establish relationships of how these objects behave when window gets bigger or smaller. Now you have to kind of get deeper into like designing that window and all the relationships. So you will have to set all these margins and make sure that they're relative. You have to create a grid, and if the grid has to respond to some changes, everything has to kind of get dynamic from that point on. So Autodesk probably just, let's make this shit easy. Let's just fix the window size and never let anyone drag it. That's less work. But they can totally fix this to make them all stretchable, and it's just they will have to go through and update the objects.
I think they are in the process of doing that. They realize that there's like random windows that are resizable versus some that are not, and they do know this.
Yeah. So that's kind of that's why the way I designed. So like if I knew that this window is never going to change its size, and I set the actual size, I made this from the beginning, like size the contents to height. So I'm making an assumption that I'm not setting the window size to be X, 500 pixels or something. I'm letting it be dynamically set based on what's actually in here, right? And I will set some rules around it. Like when we put a table in here, I'll say, don't make the table bigger than 400 pixels, because it's just like your screen is sometimes just not big enough, and the table will run off the screen. That's not good UI design. But at the same time, making it so rigid that you can adjust anything is also not good UI design. So there's like a balance in between. All right, so that would give us connection to the view model where we can call the close method. We can test this really quickly if I build this. Oh, no, my bad. Not yet. Nothing's going to show because in the command, we've only created a model, but we never actually instantiated the view, so no window would be shown yet. All right, so let's just set this up really quickly, just to start showing the window, so we can play around with the functionality connected to Revit. So we have the model, and we press the.
How have you aborted the debugging? So you have clicked start to debug, and how have you aborted the starting process?
Oh yeah, so there's a little red icon here. Stop debugging.
Okay.
So I can exit out of it at any time, so it doesn't pull up Revit. All right, so in the command class, second button command, we set up a model. Next thing we want to set up is a view model. So we want to have a new second button view model. And remember that we have an input of a model into it. So we're going to pass that model into that view model. And then finally, we're going to set up a view. Second button view. And for that view, we're going to automatically set, and I did curly brackets here. This is a shorthand for creating an instance of the view and then calling view.dataContext equals view model. So I'm setting the data context of the view to be the view model. Now, this is a shorthand. You can do this like this by putting it into curly brackets. So that's kind of what I'm usually used to doing. Now, with this view set up already, we can just call show dialog on this, and the window would be displayed to the end user. Normally what I do before I show dialog is I actually tie the window to Revit window so that if someone closes Revit window, this window doesn't get orphaned and left behind. So this is like a little bit of extra step that I usually do. It's not a problem with show dialog, because show dialog by default makes it a modal dialog, so it's already tied, so it locks up the process. So if you close Revit, it'll close that dialog as well. It's a bit of an issue with something called modeless dialogs. So if you have a window that's independent of Revit, so you can work in Revit and then have a window pulled up on the side next to it. If you close Revit, that window doesn't necessarily go away. But if you tie them together through this method that I'm about to type up, then it's closing one closes the other, because you set up like a parent-child relationship between them. So this one's called a window interrupt helper. So that's what we're gonna do here. So I'm gonna create.
Does that also apply for minimizing and maximizing? Is that why Dynamo pulls up when Revit pulls up?
Yeah, yeah.
Two different.
Yeah, very similar idea. Like if you minimize Revit, it will minimize the dependent windows as well. It's not necessarily gonna pull them back up. That's a different story. We hopefully get through that. Hopefully we'll get to the third button, because the third button is implemented as a modeless dialog, and then we have to do some extra steps to keep pulling it up when someone closes Revit, etc. I mean, when someone minimizes and reopens Revit. All right, so I'm gonna create I'm gonna call it unused because I'm not really using this, but since that method that we're about to call returns an object, you can either call it unused, or you can use an underscore to tell Visual Studio to discard this variable. There's like two ways of really doing this. So I'm just gonna call it unused. So it's a new instance of a window interrupt helper, and we're gonna pass a window to it. So it's gonna be our view, and then it's gonna have an owner. An owner is gonna be a Revit window. So we're gonna call process get current process main window handle, right? And then again, I normally use curly brackets because Visual Studio reminds me that I can use curly brackets here. I don't have to spell out these variables. So you can set this up like that. So we're basically telling it create a window interrupt helper class for that window dialog that we created, and tie it to Revit's main window as a child. And then we show it when they're all tied together. So I'm gonna let this one hang for a second so that you guys can catch up. So if I build this one and we launch it up, we can fix that dialog popping up all the time. I don't know if we're gonna get a chance to get around to that. All right, so now if we launch up our second button, it will bring up our window. Now our window is stretchable, and that button always stays in that bottom 40 pixels, 12 pixels from the right, 10 from the bottom, no matter how big you make it.
Is there like a minimum size that you can define, or it's automatic?
I will go dot to this. That's the minimum size. It has to show the icon for the window and the Well, actually, it's only showing those three: minimize, maximize, and close buttons, but the icon overlaps them, if you notice.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's really just minimizing down to those three. We can set the minimum window size. It's not that big of a deal. That's actually a pretty good practice to set as well. If you have some content that's just going to be invisible.
Yeah, like for example, if you had something like 2 rows and 2 columns or something like that, but you always wanted it to be like, you know, one minimum size, so it doesn't fall off your screen, or it's just like something that's not easy to just choose from there.
Yeah, and then one more thing that I want to show you guys is that so we have our view model, right? And we talked about what happens when somebody's cat is really doing some damage there. You guys hearing that?
Yeah, it sounds like someone's smashing
his microphone off.
All right, so we set up this close button, and I just set up a breakpoint on this close method. So just want to show you guys that when you click that close button in the UI, it goes back to this view model class, because that's the data context set up for it. So it executes that command, in which case the onClose method is set up for it. And it passes that window object to it, so that the window, we call the close method on that window object. So that when you let it go through, it closes the window. Right, so that's your kind of MVVM basic setup view model. And now we're going to talk about the model. So how do we pull some information from Revit and put it into that window? So this is working so far. All right, so now what we want to put into the window is, let's put some rooms into that window. So I'm going to set up a little method here. I'm going to make it a public method. And I'm going to use something called observable collection. I want my method to return rooms, but do I start it from here? What's the easiest way to explain this? I'll start from the UI, because I'm going to work backwards as opposed to from here. I'm going to work from UI down to the model, because it's going to be easier to explain, I think. I want to display rooms in like a table. I just want to show a table. So the way tables are built inside of WPF is they're called data grids. We can let WPF create a row for each one of the rooms just by feeding it a collection, like a list of rooms. So the way we set up that relationship is we can tell it to set up the items source to be data bound to, like, I don't know, you can call it rooms, or we can call it spatial objects. I'm going to call it spatial objects because if you've written some API for Revit, rooms are, there's more than rooms in Revit, that there's spaces and areas as well. They all called spatial objects. That's like the encompassing class for it. So I'm going to call it spatial objects. You can call it rooms, you can call it spaces, you can call it areas, whatever you want to call it. But I'm going to call it spatial objects. Now, the binding for this one, I want it to be 2A, and I want to make sure that the update source trigger is triggered by the property changes. So here's what I'm trying to do over here. I don't have to really explicitly specify this, but when you binding your collection, for example, of rooms that you're displaying in a UI to an object that's on your view model, anytime that object changes, you want your collection to update. So by default, every collection is usually empty or null, unless you actually fill out that collection or set that property. So that's why I'm actually letting it be triggered by property change. So if there's any updates to that property, it also propagates into the UI. So it's a two-way street. So we're not going to allow users to delete anything from the UI, like delete rows, but you could do that, and then that will be like a proper two-way. So we're gonna bind it to something called spatial objects. So it's gonna be a collection of rooms in a property called spatial objects. Now, really quickly, I want to create rows manually. So I'm gonna say auto-generate columns, and I'm gonna set it to false. I don't want, because you can, if you feed a collection into a data grid, WPF will automatically treat every object in there as its own row. I don't want it to do that because I want to define rows myself. I want to define them manually. So I'm going to say don't generate columns automatically. I'm going to set the vertical scroll bar visibility. And I'm going to say vertical, I'm going to set it to auto. So if there is more objects than, like if we set the maximum size for the table to be 400 pixels, anytime there's more objects, I actually want to see the slider on the side so that I can scroll through all of those objects. So automatically, I will let WPF automatically show that slider if there is more objects than the 400 pixel window can cover. So I'm going to say automatically, and then for horizontal slider, I'm going to say don't ever show this. I don't want to see horizontal slider. Okay, and then a couple of things. How much interaction do we want with people, allow people to have with that table? So can users add rows? No. We want the rows to be added dynamically based on how many rooms there are. Can user resize columns? That's going to be a false. I don't want people changing the size of the columns. So this is where you get into like, oh, let's make that decision. They don't allow you to drag the column sizes. You can make those decisions here as well. Can user sort columns? No. User's not going to be able to do much. Is read-only? Well, let's leave this as false for now. I don't think we're going to be making any changes. Like, is read-only is usually just making the columns not double clickable, but we're not going to be doing that anyway, so it doesn't matter. But we can leave it as false. And then how do we select? So let's set selection mode. Let's do extended. So extended allows you to hold shift or control to select multiple rows at the same time. So if the functionality that we're working to build here is to select a bunch of rooms and delete them, then you want to be able to select multiple things from a table. And then there's a selection mode and then selection unit. Selection unit is like, what can you select? Do you want to select a cell or a full row? So I want to actually select a full row. Each row represents one room. So you want to select the full room as when you're deleting it. And then I mentioned that we want to set the max height. Let's set this to like 400 pixels. And just to style this, I'm going to set a margin of 10. And I've mentioned when you're setting margins, so I've set one for left top, right bottom. You don't have to do this. If you want all of the margins to be the same, you can just set it once and then it applies it all around. So it's going to be 10 pixels all around. This doesn't have to be 12, it's going to be 10. So now that they aligned. So that's our table. And then I've mentioned that I set the auto-generate columns to false. The reason I set that to false is because now we can generate columns. So what kind of columns do we want to have here and what do we want to display in those columns? So we're going to do data grid columns. It automatically closes this for me. And then inside of here, we're going to define what columns we want to have displayed in here. So when it automatically generates columns, if you feed it a class object, any public property on that object is going to get converted into a column. So that's why I said false, because I don't want to show everything that's going to be on that object. Like we might have like a name, an area, whether it's selected, like all sorts of other properties on it. If it's a room, then there's going to be a ton of different information on it as well. So I don't want to show a column for everything. So that's why we're going to generate columns for ourselves. So like just basically full control over what's going to be displayed in this table. One column that we can create here is a data grid text column. It's basically just going to show some text. You can do drop downs. You can do template columns when you can like fully customize the column using a template. So you can do all sorts of different things here. But for this one, we're just going to do a text. It's going to show a piece of text in this column. So the header for this is going to be a name. So we're going to show a room name. And we're going to bind that name to a property called name. And we're going to set its set binding name. Sometimes the autocomplete is just killing me. Then we're going to set mode just one way. Make sure it's only reading, so we're not doing anything. So once we have that, once we have it bound to the name, it's going to show the name. So the way what we're binding it to, I've mentioned that we're going to have a collection of spatial objects. Each one of the objects is meant to have a property called name on it. That name is going to get displayed in the first column. One more thing that I want to set here. So let's set the width on that column. I'm going to set it to automatically defined for name. And is read only, I'm going to set it to true as well. All right, so we have one column that's going to show the name. I'm going to Control C, Control V here. And another one that's, let's just say, shows area, and we actually define width for it. Set it to 200. So now, because so area is going to be 200. So this is going to always be 200 in width. And this one has an asterisk, which basically means autofill. So whatever window, since we're allowing people to drag the window size, whatever they drag it to, name is always going to be 200 pixels in, not name, area, is always going to be 200 pixels in size. This one's going to stretch with the window. So that's kind of a pretty simple setup. All right, so now we created a couple of things in here that we're trying to bind our data grid to. Collection called spatial objects. And then these objects will have properties of name and area, right? So really quickly, where do we set that up? So let's set up spatial objects. So we will go into view model and set up collection called spatial objects here. Well, what's going to be the type of those objects here? I guess we have to create an object type first. So let's make a new class. And
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah, fire away.
To the XAML about the mode, like one-way versus two-way. Do you have to set the mode every single time we bind, or?
No, you don't. By default, it should have set it to two-way. Sometimes you have to tell it specifically, so it depends on what kind of interactions you're trying to set up between the object that you're binding to and how the UI responds.
But you said two-way means that.
Two-way means that in your UI, you binding the list of rooms to a collection. So if that collection gets changed from here, it will get updated in the UI because that change will propagate to the UI. If this was one way, for example, from the view 2, like with this window, we set it up one way. it only talks this direction. So any changes here would not get sent to the UI. It's okay because we're only closing the window from the UI into the view model. We just need to send the information in there. But for the collection, we might want to actually update it at some point. So it's a good idea to set it as a two-way communication stream. So it's a two-way binding.
Right. Okay.
And you can spell it out explicitly like this. Most of the time, a good place to start is just do this.
Okay.
And then you will see if it works. If it doesn't, then you can circle back and make it explicit when you tell it it's a two-way property change triggers that update on the UI. All right. Now
I'm getting the data grid.columns coming up as it can't be found. Is there a reason why I would do that?
Probably missing some portion of the .NET library when we were installing Visual Studio. Same thing that when I was showing you guys how to get all these different components, you probably install portion of that is probably missing. That would have the WPF stuff in it.
I have the same thing, and I just reinstalled all of that.
You just
And
check them
everything
all?
else. Yeah, everything else is working. It's just this one thing, data grid.columns. And it just says the member columns is not recognized or not accessible, and the attachable property was not found in type data grid. There's no other errors from WPF.
Is it missing like an assembly or something? Is anywhere in their message, does it say that like if you keep scrolling, it's like this assembly was not found or something?
Nope.
At any point in time, did you import the presentation framework?
No.
Under references.
Let me double check.
Those two should be checked in.
Yeah, I have both. So I guess I did.
Okay. Where'd columns go? Let me see really quickly.
I was just searching this on Stack Overflow, and there's other people that have the issue too. So it looks like
Presentation framework. Yeah, it should be in the presentation framework. So columns should be showing up like that. Yeah, I don't know why we wouldn't show it like that. Restart. Yeah, I don't know.
What my
Sorry.
problem was.
What was it?
NuGet.org needs admin approval.
Do you have to be an admin on your machine?
This is stupid.
Oh, is it your network?
I should have admin, but I was trying to go in and just sign in to it using Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
And it just says, I can't sign in through Microsoft. Because I found something that showed basically someone else got a similar issue with me with the V2 feed, blah, blah, blah. They were trying to say you need admin rights or sign in, but that was through a different NuGet thing. So mine's just saying 404 not found because it's looking for some, what is it? Just random common service locator. And even if I go to that thing that's in my error message, it's 404 not found, doesn't exist. So like, I don't understand why my machine is doing that differently. But anyways.
As in your IT is blocking that page altogether?
I don't know, I guess. But it's just like that, the link that's in the error message serves 404 not found, just as the error message says. But anyways, I'm derailing this, so just keep going.
Can you also do a save and update the files on Google?
Sure. Really quickly.
Yeah.
All right. Where was I? All right. So this spatial objects collection is going to be containing room objects. So I usually don't like to return just like the raw Revit API objects because they have a ton of properties on them. So what I do is I wrap them up. I just pull the things that I actually want to show in the UI or interact with in the UI. So what I usually do with this is I would set up another class, and I would call this spatial object wrapper. Right. So this is gonna be like the object that's gonna hold information about the room. It's like a pseudo room object. So I'm gonna make it public, and then I'm gonna give it two properties, right? So we talked about pulling a name from it, so it's gonna hold information about about name. And we talked about pulling the, I think the second column is pulling area. So let's say the area is displayed as a double, and then we're gonna set that up. So this will be name and area that the UI is referring to over here, name and area, right? So this collection, spatial objects collection, is gonna have a bunch of these spatial object wrappers, right? So in the view model, now we can create a collection that will hold those spatial object wrappers. So we can say private observable collection spatial object wrapper and call this spatial objects. Right, so this is a backing field. And then we can have an actual public property. The reason I'm doing this is because we actually, I want to show you guys how to take advantage of those notifying the view when changes happen on this collection. So we actually have to use like an event to do that. So the way you set up an object to actually take advantage of that is by using a public, using a backing field, and then an event property updated on that property whenever change happens to it. So we're going to do public observable collection spatial object wrapper. We're going to say spatial objects. And then instead of setting up like a get set typically that we do, I'm actually going to do another set of curly brackets for get, and I'm going to define manually or specifically what's going to happen when someone queries this for objects. So when someone calls get, what we're actually going to do is we're going to return the backing field like this. And when someone calls set, we're going to actually set the backing field to be the value. And anytime it's being set, we're going to raise property change event called spatial objects. Right, so this raises an event that there was a change to this spatial objects collection. So it was reset. This is what tells it, the trigger for updating the UI. So if there's a change over here, an event gets raised, and then the UI is listening for that event, and it would update itself. It will update the collection that the UI is displaying. So this is kind of how you set up this relationship so they talk to each other through the property changes. So we have a collection of spatial objects, and by default, this is empty, right? It's nothing, it's null. So we haven't set this up yet. So we can fill it up on when first time the window shows up. We can basically fill up that spatial objects with rooms. So what we can do here is when the new view model is being created, we can set the spatial objects to equal reach into the model and collect spatial spatial objects, right? So I'm basically creating a pseudo. I'm going to select this and copy it. I'm telling it, set the spatial objects by reaching into the model, which gives us access to the Revit APIs, gives us access to the Revit database, and call this method on it. So now if we go into a model, I can have a class here, I can have a method here that actually retrieves those objects and passes them on to the view model. So I can have a public, it's going to pass spatial objects, observable collection of spatial object wrappers, and it's going to be called collect spatial objects. Right, so now this is underlined in red because it hasn't returned anything just yet. So this is where we actually interact. This is where we actually interact with Revit API. So this will be our first interaction with it. So let's just collect some rooms. We're gonna do spatial objects, and we're gonna write a something called filtered element collector. So this is like a typical Revit API thing. If you're not sure what that Revit API collector is, API docs is a pretty good resource. Right. Filtered element collector, you can find that class. And they have a pretty good explanation of what that is. And then they have a pretty good kind of descriptions around what methods are available for that. This is a class, a method for Revit API that allows you to extract something from the model really quickly. Can you guys mute? There you go. All right. So we're gonna create a new filtered element collector. Filtered element collector. And this is where our document gets passed in. So filtered element collector takes a document, so Revit document. So that's why we set it up this way, right? It's a public property, so we can at any point in time just get access to it. It makes it super easy. It's we don't have to like pass it into here through a variable or something. It's just accessible to us. So now we can say, give me anything of class, type of, I can type, type of spatial elements, right? So anything that's a spatial element, and if you go into that, the reason I'm looking for spatial elements is because a spatial element class is actually a superset or superclass that rooms, areas, and spaces inherit from. So when I collect spatial elements, I'm actually collecting rooms, areas, and spaces, all of them together into this collector. And I'm going to say where element is not element type, I only care about instances. I don't care about the room types. And then I'm going to say cast it into a spatial element, so that, because by default Revit will return an element object. So because the parent of that in a hierarchy is actually an element object, so Revit returns that as opposed to spatial element. So we have to just cast it to spatial element. The reason I'm casting is because I actually want to filter down. So I'm going to say where object is, I only care about rooms. So from architecture, I'm only going to grab rooms. I don't care about spaces or areas. So only filter for anything that's of room type. right? And then select those, all of those objects. And for each one of those objects, wrap it into my special wrapper class, right? So I'm going to say new spatial objects wrapper and wrap it into that class. Now, I need to pass that object, that room object, into my spatial object wrapper. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into it really quickly and create a constructor for it. Where I'm going to allow people to pass a room. And from that room, I'm going to set the name. I'm going to set the name for it. And I'm going to set the area. Does that make sense? So anytime someone calls it and passes a room object in here, my constructor is going to set the name and area. So I'm going to have that available for my object wrappers. So if I jump back in here, when I'm selecting, I can pass my room object in here. It's actually set as spatial elements, so it hasn't been cast down to rooms. So we can change this to spatial elements. That works too. They have the same set of properties. It's just it's not as specific. It's a little bit more generic. Right, so now I can select all of those as spatial wrappers. And I can either convert it to a list or return it as a spatial object. So I'm just going to close out of this and just return it, put it into an observable collection. So because the type that we want to return is an observable collection, the type that this returns is an enumerable. So we just have to convert between one and the other. So we can create a new observable collection and just pass spatial objects into it, and that converts that to the observable collection. Does it make sense? So we're reaching into Revit, grabbing all spatial elements, which includes areas, spaces, rooms. We're filtering just for rooms, and then we wrap those rooms. So instead of passing a room object, which has a ton of properties on it, instead of passing that to our UI, we only take a room object and extract its name and area from it, and then pass that on. We return an observable collection of these wrappers, right? So our view model then stores those wrappers in the spatial objects collection, where our view picks them up and it's going to convert them into rows and columns, where we have a name and an area for each one. So if we build this, you guys have any questions so far when this is pulling up? I know it might be a little complicated. It gets like you're gonna get used to it. It's just like once you do one or two of these, it's gonna be super easy to kind of jump between one and the other. I am actually gonna open a sample file that actually has some rooms in it, so it cannot be just empty file. Road 2022 samples, and then there's a Revit basic sample project that has some rooms in it. So that has some rooms in here. So if we pull up our object, it's going to show our names and areas. Does it make sense? Everyone's following?
What's the assembly reference for spatial objects? It looks like I might be missing that.
Can you say it again?
Is there assembly reference for spatial objects?
Oh, you mean here? It's just Autodesk Revit DB.
That would be why it's element, not objects. Got it.
Yeah, I've been calling it spatial object wrapper, but it doesn't really matter. We can rename it to spatial element wrapper. And just rename those. This doesn't really matter. Like, it automatically renames all of those. So that's all I was saying with like ReSharper. It makes easy refactoring. So I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. Now we've mentioned that we actually want to talk back to Revit by selecting something in the UI and deleting it, for example, right? So one way to do that is by setting up another button and calling it a delete button. So I'm gonna just copy paste this button next to this button, right? I still want this to be grid one. I still want it to be the same size. I want it to be centered vertically, right aligned. I just want to move it off to be, you know, it's 75 in width, and then it has 10 pixels on the right. So that's going to be 85, and then I want to have a separation between them. So let's just do this at like 90. Let's make it 95, a little bit bigger. So that's going to move it off to the left of the other button, and then instead of close, I want this to say delete. So instead of calling the close method, I want it to call delete methods. And I'm still going to pass a window into it. So I'm going to have a delete method that has an input of a window, because when I delete something, I'm also going to automatically close the window with it, right? So just copy paste that, change it to delete, delete, and we're going to have another button that we can set up. So now if we jump into the view model, we have a method called close, and we can just create another one called delete. And then next to close, you can just rename this one to delete. And then on delete. And then just copy paste the rest of that implementation in there. All right, so when we're deleting, what I want to do is I actually want to know what is being selected so that I can then take those objects, those wrappers, pass them back to Revit, and ask Revit to delete them. Now, we don't know what's being selected, so we have to kind of connect the act of selecting in a UI, in a data grid, when you're selecting a row, to some sort of property on that wrapper object, right? So that object wrapper, it needs to have a property called like is selected, and then we can set it whenever someone highlights it in the UI. So the way we do that is, and this is another one of those properties that needs to have an event to notify that the property has changed. So this is how we're going to set this up again with the private backing field. So this is going to be a bool that we're going to say is called is selected. And there's going to be a public boolean called is selected. That's going to have a getter. It's going to return is selected. and it's gonna have a setter. It's gonna say is selected equals value, and then we're gonna raise a property changed event. Now, notice how previously when we were in the view model, we just call this out. This actually comes from the view model base. This part of that implementation. It exposes that property changed event into this class, into the view model base. I don't want to, for this class, I don't want to reference a view model base from, because it's not needed. It's a little too much. All I need is specifically something called a notify property change interface. So instead, I'm going to do notify property change. And I'm going to say implement that interface. No, I don't care. No, I don't want to implement it this way. I'm going to implement it manually. All right, so that interface has two things. One is a property, and one is a method that raises an event whenever property changes. So one is a public event, property change events handler, and it's called property changed. And another one is a private method called raise property changed. I'm going to feed it a string, which is the name of the property. And if the property change event is not null, we can just invoke new property change event and feed it the property name. So this is a little bit of a boilerplate. If you like Google notify property change event implementations, this is likely to come up. It's not magical or anything like that. Once you set this up somewhere, it's gonna get pretty easy to set up later. Just copy paste it around if you need to. Or you can, well, I mean, it's already an interface. Yeah, I'll probably just set it up for classes that actually wants notifications to be passed along for. Anyways, once we have that, then we can actually call this method now whenever that property changes. So we can just say base property changed, and we can say give me the name of is selected. So anytime selected is being set from anywhere within the code, a event is going to get raised. And that is going to notify our UI that the is selected property has been changed. Now, how do we tie those together? So from a data grid, we can tie those together using something called a style. So we'll add like a default style for every row, so that every row that is added to that data grid is going to get automatically tied together into the is selected property on that wrapper. So the way we do that is we can add a window resources section here and add a little resource. So we're going to create a style. That style is going to have like a default name. So like, let's say it's a default style for all of our rows. We want every row, when the row is selected, the underlying object, we wanted to send that property, set that property for the selected row. So we can say, let's say it's a default row style. That row has a target type. So what kind of object is this going to be? What kind of object is the row? The row is going to be, the row is a type of data grid row object, right? So that style, we want to close it. that style is going to have a setter. I hate when it closes down like that. That setter every single time is going to set a property called isSelected. And the value that it's going to set it to is going to actually be bound to the row data grid row object is selected. It happens to have the exact same property name. What a coincidence. And we want to close this actually. So now every row that has this style, whenever a row is selected, WPF sets a property on it is selected to true. And this setter is going to pick up that property and then pass it on to our object and set the is selected property on the object itself here. So that's how we kind of pass the selection down to the object wrapper. Now, all we have to do is just set that default row style on our data grid. So we can say reference a static resource default row style. So every row in this data grid now is going to have that style and that setter. So anytime we select something, it's going to get passed on to that property. Now, so when we do these selections now, right? So someone selects a bunch of rows, hits the delete button, it calls the method onDelete. That onDelete method is going to get invoked over here. Now, so how do we know which objects were selected to be deleted? Well, now the objects that are selected will have the isSelected property on them, right? So it's pretty simple actually for us to now grab those objects, because you can say selected would be anything in the spatial objects collection where isSelected is actually true. And then we can say convert that to a list. So anytime isSelected properly set to true, that will be our selected objects. And then we can pass those on to the model and call something like delete, pass the selected objects into it. And when the deletion gets completed, we just close the window, right? So that will be like a pseudocode for this whole implementation. The delete method doesn't exist. So we jump into the model really quickly, right? And then we can set up a delete method here. We're not returning anything here from this, so we're just going to say void delete, and we're passing an object here, right? Selected. If you hover over it, it's a list of spatial element wrappers, right? So delete's going to have an input of a list of spatial element wrapper. This is complaining that lists were not inserted in here yet, so you just have to add using system collections generic. So these will be our selected objects. So now we have a list of selected objects. Each one is a spatial element wrapper. The way you delete something in Revit is by getting that objects. You can delete it by just passing to the Revit API delete method the ID of the object, right? So for every spatial element wrapper, we would need its ID, right, to be able to delete it, because you delete it by the element ID. We don't have that in here, so we can just add element ID. Call that property ID, get set. Again, if we use the raw spatial element object, these properties will already exist on it, but isSelected, for example, wouldn't. And the implementation for it and how it gets passed on from the data grid, that relationship wouldn't be established. So that's why I create these wrappers, so that I can create, I can explicitly create relationships between the UI and these wrapper objects. What do they do? How do they behave? So now every single time we create this new object, we just add an ID to be stored on it as well, on the wrapper. right? So that when we jump into the model itself, this now has an ID on it. So we can say, we can create a collection of IDs. So we take the selected, and then for each one, we just grab the ID, convert it to a list. So now we have a list of element IDs. And that's all we need to actually delete something in the model. So the way you delete, the way you like interact with Revit, you have to open a transaction. So Revit is a database. I think I've mentioned this earlier on in the first session, is that in order for you not to screw up something in that database, Revit does a ton of checks to make sure that the relationships between objects, that something that you're deleting does not interfere with something else that actually needs it, etc., etc. Or if it does, then it actually deletes those other objects as well. So sometimes when you delete one object, it actually percolates down through the model and deletes a bunch of other things. Most common example is like if we're deleting a room, and not the room, like a wall, and you have a bunch of things hosted into it, like doors, they will get deleted as well, right? So Revit does these things automatically for you, but it only does them if you enclose those functions inside of a transaction. So that's why we have to say using, and we're going to say variable trans, which stands for transaction, equals a new transaction. Completion. All right, so the new transaction, and we're gonna pass a document to it and then a name. So the name is what gets displayed when you like go back in Revit. So like Control Z, the name of the transaction is there, so you can back out of that transaction. So it actually stores that action that it executed as well, so then it can undo it for you. So we're gonna say, let's call this delete rooms. So inside of that transaction, we can tell Revit, well, start the transaction, then delete all of the elements with the IDs that we set up over here, and then commit the transaction. So kind of like when remember when we're earlier implementing the image, initiate, load the byte array into it, commit. Same thing here. Start the transaction, do some action that modifies the database, commit it. And when you commit it, Revit does the check to make sure that nothing is getting screwed up in there. And when you start the transaction, the reason it wants you to start the transaction is because when you start a transaction, nothing else can interfere with the Revit model at that point, right? So it kind of freezes it for that moment. Whatever you want to do to it gets done, then it commits the transaction, and then something else can interfere with it. So that's why it does this on a single thread. Nothing can interfere with the database. It does all of the checks, then closes the transaction. And something else, like if you have multiple third-party plugins doing work at the same time, they don't interfere with each other, and they don't create some sort of messed up, corrupted file or whatever. So everything kind of gets, there's a queue. Things happen in a queue. They don't interfere with each other.
But one thing I know in the last session when you mentioned that we set the regeneration to false, is that something that we have to do with this transaction, or that's a separate thing? Like, would it refresh the view after deleting, or we don't need to do any of that?
No, so it depends on it depends what exactly you're trying to do in Revit. So not everything requires regeneration. So let me give you an example. In Revit, when you interfere, when you're building out, let's say you have a wall, and inside of the wall there is a door. If you delete that door, but at the same time you're grabbing the geometry of the wall, right? So you grab the geometry of the wall, and that geometry has a hole in it because the door that was hosted in it created that hole, right? And now in that transaction, you're deleting the door. In order for you to update that piece of geometry that you stored, you have to regenerate so that Revit knows that, well, you've deleted something out of it. Now let's regenerate. So let's see what that wall would look like. So that's kind of where you regenerate when you want to update something that would normally get updated at runtime.
Okay.
So not with this. Like this doesn't require an update here because it actually deletes an object. altogether, so you wouldn't have to regenerate. Revit will, if needs to, it will do it automatically.
Okay.
The premise behind the object wrapper is that to kind of pull information that you need, because you could just pull the IDs from the objects as well. Why would you do that versus the other?
Oh, I could. So I could, instead of wrapping it like we did over here, I could just pass the entire room object into the collection in the UI, right? And it's perfectly fine. The only thing is that it's somebody else's class, right? That object is defined in the Revit API class. I don't have control over it. I could write I could extend it if need to, but there's a lot of stuff in there that's useless for me for this purpose, for what we're building here. So that's why I just wrap it, and then it gives me a very small object, very small class that only has the information that I need to interact with the UI and do what I needed to do. So so I can look this up. So like a typical room object. Typical room object would have all of this stuff on it, all of these properties, all of this information that's not needed for me because I'm not displaying this to the end user. And I'm not using this to do any deletions or updates or anything, right? So why carry an object that's this heavy around your UI? It slows down your UIs as well, right? Because it just has to load up all of this stuff and uses up more memory, etc. It's not a significant slowdown. You wouldn't notice this. So that wouldn't be the main reason why I don't use it. Okay. But the main reason why I don't use it is that once I have that wrapper, then I can create that is selected relationship, for example. So I can tie the UI selection to that object, create an event that gets raised whenever a change happens to it, and then use that to know what is selected in the UI. With the element doesn't have this property on it, right? The room object does not have this selected on it. So I just wouldn't have an option to create it. And all I need for my deletion is an ID. So why not just store an ID? Why store the whole Shazam? Why store a whole bunch of other stuff in there if I don't need it? So I just grab the ID. Sometimes what I do sometimes is I would do, sometimes I will do something like this, spatial element. And I call this self. I'll do something like this sometimes. And then I would set self from here to room. And then at any point in time, when you go to the model and you want to interact with it, you actually have a full reference to that room object, to that spatial element. It's not needed in this case because all we really need is an ID of that element to delete it. So that's why I'm not using this. And then this becomes an issue for me if this becomes an issue when we try to store. If you create some sort of settings class for your model and you want to store some information, and for example, one way to store information in the Revit model is through extensible storage, where you can serialize something into the model. So you can serialize your object into JSON and then store it on the model. Well, if you're serializing the whole Revit element with all of its properties, it's going to be a big chunk of text that you're serializing into the Revit model. So you're going to increase the size of that Revit model significantly, as opposed to if I just serialize those 3 pieces of information, because that's the only pertinent thing to make my plugin run, then I'm storing very little information in the model. So it's just much easier, cleaner, faster. All right, so really quickly, delete gets pressed, goes to the view model. Delete method gets called. We grab all of the selected objects, we jump into the model, and then we delete them out of the model. Once the deletion is done, window gets closed. That's kind of the setup over here that we created. Let's do that. Let's see if it works. Let's put some breakpoints in here at key moments. So when we press the button, I want to see what gets notified as selected. So F9 is what I use to create a breakpoint. And then when we jump into the model, I also want to break in here so that the code doesn't execute past this point. All right, so we bring up a bunch of rooms in the model. You can select a couple of them, hit delete. So now it breaks into, so it calls that onDelete method, and it breaks into our code because I put that breakpoint in here. All right, so now I can examine this, like if I was debugging. I can hover over, see that the spatial objects, there's 14 objects in that list. Each one of them has a set of properties and information. So it has an area ID, whether it's selected, what its name is, etc. Right? So it tells me that the selected is false for this specific object. But if you jump to the next line, the selected got updated to only 5. So that includes all the objects that we selected, right? Because the is selected property on those objects was true. And then we call the next one, which is the delete method. So another breakpoint that I put in here gets called. So now we have 5 objects. For those 5 objects, we just grab their IDs. So our collection changes from wrapper objects into just IDs. And then we open the transaction, we start it, delete the objects, commit the transaction, jump out of here, the window gets closed, rooms get deleted. Rooms don't actually get deleted in Revit.
Of course.
well, with this one it actually does, because from the API level it deletes them. If I deleted living just from the UI,
you would have to go to the schedules, right?
Yeah, you have to delete it from schedule, but from the API, it actually deletes the room. So if you run a schedule on this, they'll be gone. So just FYI on that. So all of these that we had selected over here got deleted. Any questions so far?
So the way that, like how you described that, you select something, it gets stored somewhere, then it calls another function, which is another piece of file that's in here, and then it goes and calls another delete method, and it closes the forum. So is that something that's basically boilerplate stuff? So for any plugin that we have, like for example, if I want to write something that essentially ends up deleting elements, this would be like a boilerplate example for that.
Well, this setup is a little bit more complicated than, you can make this super, super easy. Like you could literally write all of this in this external command. The reason I don't do this is because I like it to be organized a little bit more stringently. I don't want all of my code in one place because it then gets messy and it's hard to read it. So I split out my code into different chunks. So that's why we have the view, that's why we have the model. So you've noticed, like, I don't do any Revit API. Like the Revit API references, they don't exist on the view model, right? Like none of these are here because I don't want to interact with Revit from the view model. From the view model, I only want to interact with my view and then pass on whatever information down to the model, and then the model interacts with Revit API. So that's where we have all of these references in here. It just keeps it cleaner, in my opinion, more organized.
Yep. I see. Yeah, I mean, like, this would be like you do recommend this workflow, like just to keep things clean,
I
like
just
splitting it out.
like this workflow to be because it's cleaner. I think it's
Like,
easier to organize things.
but what's the like? Because there might be some very simple add-ins that we may need to do. Like, this would, I mean, this would come into play for complex add-ins, right? Like complex things that we want to do, multiple things in one add-in, versus just running one simple, like, I don't know, turn on grid bubbles, or turn all left bubbles on and turn off right bubbles.
Well, it's more like I like sometimes the quicker, easier way is to just do it in a command, in the external command, in that button in a single class. You could write a bunch of this stuff in here and be done with it, never set up a view model, etc. Right?
Yeah.
You can do it this way for simple stuff. It doesn't, like, it will run, it will execute. Does that matter to the computer? To the computer, it doesn't matter. Does it matter to people that read the code? It does. Does it? It's more like, if the example is easy or the plugin is easy, do you skip those extra steps to make it clean, concise, consistent? I'd like not to skip those extra steps, even if it takes me a few extra minutes to set up those 3 extra classes and pass those things through. Because over the last couple of years, any project that you open that was written by me, they all look like this. You can jump into it and fix it at any point in time. So if I got clients that I've written a plugin for 5 years ago, and I cut some corners or I didn't know about this or that, I open it. It's a bit of a clusterfuck. I have to come and jump around and try to find what's going on, what I was doing over there. But in the last few years, when I was trying to be consistent with it, I can open any project at any point in time, and it's always the same structure. And I can find things and fix them really quickly. So it's personal preference, but it's like, I'm a basketball fan. A good thing, it's like one thing that people always say with basketball, there's like really, really bad teams that always suck and they're losing. But on every bad team, there's a 20-point scorer, someone who's going to score 20 points on that team. Does that make that person a really good player? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe they're scoring 20 points because they learned some bad habits. But it's not going to work on a better team. So I kind of think of it this way, where it doesn't matter if it's a stupid plugin. I don't want to cut corners. I'll set it up, take the longer way, keep the good habits kind of going. I don't need to. It's only a few minutes, and then it just is consistent all the time. That's kind of my philosophy behind it, taking the longer route here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You guys wanna throw this up on GitHub? Because I heard that we were supposed to do some GitHubbing.
Yeah.
All right, so everyone that has a GitHub account,
So if you put this on GitHub and make it public, I can pull from it and open it.
I'll do that. That's not a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, just want to know, like, let's say how you did Google Drive updates every few hours. So you could just post this on GitHub, and then I can just pull from, right?
Yeah. All right, let's do that. It's not a problem. I set up this test repo when I was building the examples as private, but I can totally make it public. That's not a problem. All right, so if you're on GitHub, you just go to your repositories, whatever account you have set up for yourself, and then you can just make a new repo. It's called this Masterclass. Give it some description. We can make it public. I don't want to add any files to it at the moment just yet. Let's leave it blank and just create a repository. And GitHub will create a repo and then give you a little instruction page on what to do with that repo next. And this is, it's pretty straightforward. You can just read through it and follow step by step. Here's what I like to do. Just follow through with it. So I open up, you can use PowerShell for it. I told you guys to install Git to do this. You can also do this from GitHub Desktop. I guess that would be an easy kind of UI-based interface for interacting with the GitHub. I personally just like command line to do this. And the instructions here are for the command line. So that's what I'm going to do here. So by default, I have my editor here pull up into the repos location. But if yours is not, then the command to get into that is cd, and then you type in the path. So for me, it would be C users. I think Konrad. I think sources and then repos.
Yeah.
That might be the path for it. So this is where my where my repos live.
Yep.
It's
yeah,
source.
It's source without the S. Yeah.
Yeah, source repos. Yeah. So that's how you can navigate to it. Tells me I missed a /. All right, so that's how you get into the repos. Now, inside of the repos, if you look at there's like a bunch of different repos in here, and then one called Masterclass. So you actually want to jump into this Masterclass folder. So let's do cd Masterclass, and you when you start typing in here, and you hit tab, it will do autocomplete for you. So let's type it. So let's jump into the Masterclass. So once you're inside of the Masterclass, do git initiate. All right, so that will create the .git folder inside of that repo. All right, so it initiates the repo. It creates like the first branch, the master branch for it, and a bunch of other stuff. And it jumps you out into the master branch automatically by default. So just so you know. Now, they saying do a git add for the MD file in here. You don't have to add anything. Their assumption is that your repo is empty. So you have an empty folder. We don't have an empty folder because we already have all these files for the solution. So we don't have to do git add readme. You can, but you don't have to. So this is optional. So you can do git add readme.md, and that will create a file called readme.md. Oh, did not match any file. So yeah, it doesn't create it. I forget what's the command for it. Oh, yeah, they created here in the first line. I skipped that first line. This would create the file. So this would create a file that writes Masterclass, and since this is an MD file, that # tells it that this is like a big font, big fat font. So type in something like this in here, adds the file. Now we have a readme MD file in here. So when they do git add readme, it adds it to the git branch, to the history. Then you can, I actually want to add the rest of the repo in here. So I'm going to do git add and then do a dot. So that adds everything. Right, so if you do git status now, we just added everything. We added too much.
Okay.
We'll get rid of adding too much in a second. So let's say we added all of these files. So now we can just git commit them, doing -m as a message, and we can say, first commit or whatever you want to call this commit, and then hit enter. So now it commits those changes, so adds all of these files to the history. They're saying, like, in their instructions, there's a git branch and main, so they want to rename the main branch from master to main. I don't usually do that. The default is fine with me. We can do, what we do actually want to do is add the remote. So that next component here is git remote add origin, because what this is going to do is actually connect your local folder to the remote folder that's in GitHub. So you can add origin, HTTPS, // github.com, my account name. So in this case, it's Sobon, and then the name of the repo, masterclass.git. Right, so now you've added a remote. You can see those if you type in git remote.v. So you will see the remotes that are set up for this repo. Right, and then once you have a remote, you can actually push. So you can push all of your committed files into the repo. That they're suggesting to do -u, which is anything that was committed. You can push it up and to say, so it's kind of like more specific. So anything that was committed, push to origin. Instead of main, our main branch is called master. So we can do it like this. Did I misspell this? Ah, of course I did. Masterclass Git. Oh. Yeah.
You're missing the colon after HTTPS.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna do. How do I edit? Hold on, really quickly. Update remote and Git. Remote, how do I remove? Oh, RM, that's what I was looking for. Where's my main? There we go. All right, so that gets sent up. That's what happens when you misspell things.
So essentially, like, you can keep working off locally on your machine, and then you just push it up whenever you're ready, and it'll update GitHub.
Yeah, so really quickly, it's wrap up. So now this pushed up. So I just had to remove the previous remote and just reset it with the HTTPS semicolon, right? So once that is set up, now when you push, it actually uploads all of this in here. So if I refresh, it's going to show me all of that stuff that I uploaded in here. A couple of things that are missing here that I usually like to add is a git ignore file, because there's a bunch of stuff here that normally does not need to be in a repo. So I'm going to add a new file called git ignore. And GitHub knows there's like templates for git ignore files. So it's gonna pull up this little UI on the right. And there's a special template for Visual Studio.
Oh, okay.
So Visual Studio generates all these like local files that you don't need because they're specific to your computer, that don't care, that other users, if they download your repo, don't really need to have. So create that and just push it into master directly. Right, so now you have this git ignore file in here. What you want to do with that, close out of this. What you want to do with that git ignore file is actually just refresh that git ignore file. So where are we? All right, so now that I've uploaded a file using the web interface, so my repo remote looks different than my local one. So I want to pull, right? It's going to pull a bunch of files and it's going to tell me that it added a git ignore with 350 lines of code in it. All right, so now I have the latest locally on my computer here. Right, it has a git ignore file now. So now it git pull pulls it down into your local. So you kind of want to pay attention to these things and keep them in sync. Usually when you do git status, it will tell you if like your branch is up to date with the remote and there's no changes. So you don't have to do git pull at that point. You're good to go. Your working tree is clean. Once you did that, what I want to do is I actually want to undo any of the commits that we've created previously and reset them so that it actually uses the git ignore file. So the way to do that is to call git remove recursively, including all of the cached files, and then dot stands for all the files. So remove everything from the cache. So don't on any of the files that we committed, I don't want them in the cache anymore. Right, and then if we do git add for all of them again, now it goes through git ignore to see what needs to be added. So if you do git status, you will see that bunch of stuff that doesn't need to be there in the repo got deleted from it. Mostly packages, like packages get reinstalled when you, so all of the packages from NuGet, they get reinstalled when you build the repo. There's no reason to upload them. They're already stored on the NuGet. So it's like that stuff gets deleted from the repo. Right, so if you do, we did git add, did we do a git commit yet? So if we commit this, call this like reset, git ignore, and then if you push this up, it will get rid of a bunch of stuff here. It will clean up that repo. So the only thing that stayed behind, it doesn't upload like the bin debug folder, for example, that contains the DLLs, because those get generated when you actually build the repo. So it just keeps it a little bit smaller, easier to manage, a little quicker to access, etc. So now let's say you got multiple people working on some functionality at the same time. So like how do you, what I usually do over here is you got a couple of options. If you only got like 2 or 3 people to manage and deal with, it's not that big of a deal. What you can do is just make sure that people, when they're working, they create a new branch. So git checkout new branch, call this like third button or something, right? And it switches you from master branch to third button branch. What that means is GitHub, Git makes like a copy of your master branch under this branch, and you can work on it, but you can always jump back to it. So it'll be different. So like one example would be like if I added some files in here, right? When I'm on this new branch, right? So now it tells me oh, you created a new file. That file isn't read because it hasn't been committed yet. So I can git add it.
Okay.
I can git committed to that branch. So I added a file, right? So everything's committed. That's my branch that I'm working on. That's like a new feature. Let's say I'm working on third button, but somebody else is working on a different feature, right? So you can tell them to git checkout master to get the main version, the master version. You see how in my directory, it got rid of that file because the master branch does not have that ASD file that I created for the branch only. So now I'm on like the main master branch in here, and I can create, like that second person can create another branch called fourth button or something, and they can have a different set of files or 2 files or whatever. This one's like, let's call it number 4 or something, so it's clean. And I can add that to the fourth button. Let's say it's a different feature. So that person is working on that. It's like fourth button stuff. So now I can jump between master, where none of this stuff exists. It's my main branch. That's the clean code that I have. And I can jump between third button, where someone added that ASDS stuff to it, or I can jump between the fourth branch, which has even different stuff in it, number 4 button. So now you have like different versions of the code that you can work with and jump between one or the other. And when you're ready to like submit it, then you can create a PR over here. So let's say I want to submit my fourth button because I'm ready with it. I've made all the changes. So I can just say git push is going to tell me, well, the remote doesn't have a branch called fourth button. So you want to set up a branch called fourth button in a remote, set upstream, origin, fourth button. It pushes it, and GitHub automatically tells you, oh, you submitted a new branch. You can compare those to the master. Some comments here. You can create a PR. Now somebody can review it. So you can ask other people to review your code. You can see what the changes are. So in this case, the changes that I added this 4txt file in here. But normally it shows you the code difference between those. So you can see what the changes are. You can see the differences between those. So you can, some other people can review your code. And if you decide to merge, you can merge it into master, right? So now if you go to your main master branch, you have that 4txt in here. So now, so now your fourth button branch is not necessary. You don't need it anymore, because if you git checkout master, you can pull all the latest changes, and from now on, your master contains this file. So this git checkout -b, create a new branch, jumps to a new branch, then you can have like a separate version of the code that you can work on. Switch back to master if you want to go back to what it was before, what the main code is. So master is like final code, and then all the other branches is stuff that you're working on in the meantime.
Got it. Okay.
Does that make sense? Am I making sense at all?
Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, yeah, we use this to do the add-ins anyways. So, but I never actually know how it really worked. Now it actually makes sense.
You guys would probably, I prefer using the command line. Nobody really likes using the command line. It probably is easier to do this than it probably can use the GitHub desktop version to do all of these things. Not probably, for sure. And it's easier. And it's
the branch, and in your Explorer, it changed the file. For example, the 4txt pops up. Is it downloading it every time, or is it somewhere saved already?
Oh, I don't know. It probably downloads it every time, I would imagine.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you cannot locally, without internet, look into the different branches.
Now that I think about it, the answer would be, oh, you can. These branches are, once you pull a branch, it is local. You can toggle between them.
Okay.
Without internet connection. You wouldn't be able to pull any more updates or upload it, but you can toggle between them. Because these branches, so here, like the reason I'm saying is because my branches locally have a fourth, third button, and a master, right? The branches remotely only have the fourth branch. That's the one that I uploaded.
All right, right.
All right, so there's a difference between local and remote. So yeah, the remote you can toggle between. It probably caches it somewhere here. It probably does cache it in here somewhere. I still prefer to have internet access. Here's the thing. I tried working on the plane once without Wi-Fi. It's not possible. You need, Visual Studio won't even open if you don't have your account. You have to log into Visual Studio. So that needs internet connection right there. So if you're on like a really long international flight, you might want to fire up your Visual Studio before you get on that flight. So that's one thing. And number two is like you don't have Stack Overflow without internet. I don't know how can people write any code without Stack Overflow. So that's number two. And then you don't have Git and all this other stuff that you need most of the time. But thank God for Wi-Fi. We got 20 minutes. I can take some questions. I don't think we're going to be able to get into any more stuff because all the other stuff is even more complicated. We can do another thing in 20 minutes. There's probably like one thing we can do in 20 minutes that I haven't done yet, which is the setting up the icon. But that's probably the extent of what I'm going to be able to do in the next 20 minutes. If you have any questions, I can keep taking questions, or I can show you how to set up icons.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I have one question, but if there's not many more, then it's probably best to do the icon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I know it sounds, I know it sounds trivial, but setting up that icon is critical.
So, I have a question for that.
Can you hold on, because I think Donald was asking a question and I interrupted. So go ahead first.
If you were to add some more functionality to like your WPF, like let's say if you click on a room, it'll like zoom into the room for you to see it. Yeah. How would you implement? How would you kind of implement something like that in this workflow?
Well, so here's the thing. We would have to. That was kind of like the third part of what I was going to show you guys. In order to implement something like that, because right now, I don't know if you've noticed, like I'm going to launch this thing up. When we launch that window up, because we launch it through show dialog command, it locks up Revit. Like you can't really do anything in Revit, right? So it's that's the modal window. That's what they call it. To interact with Revit, to be able to like select something in Revit while keeping the window up, you'd have to do more fancy stuff. Okay, so when this window is up, Revit's done. It's locked up. You can't really do anything with it. I can't zoom in or do anything. One way to interact with that window would be, I'm gonna close this thing up. Instead of calling it through a show dialog, I can call it through show. that basically makes that window not locked. But it opens up a whole can of worms in terms of talking to Revit. And we just don't have time to go through and implement that. I'll upload a sample project when I do that, so you guys can review. There's a third button in there that implements this interface, this method of working. And that's how I would do if I wanted to select something in Revit. So it has to be mobile, and I'll launch this and I'll show you what that means. But yeah, something like a right-click interface on that table, select, that works as well. It's actually pretty simple to implement it.
Why is your Autodesk account only showing Konrad at?
Oh, it's my username. It depends how you set up your username for that account.
Huh.
Now, if we launch this, right, that window, now I can interface with Revit. But if I try to actually talk to Revit by try deleting a room, bang, an exception. Right? So why does Revit hate me when I try to do that? Because Revit's a single threaded application. When we launch that window, instead of using the show dialog method, we use the show method. It launches that window on the UI thread, which is a different thread than Revit normally runs on. So now you have to deal with multi-threading. So you have to jump. When you tell Revit to delete something, now you have to tell it on that main thread that Revit is running on to delete it. So there's more complicated ways of doing that. So that's why it's throwing exceptions here. You're outside of Revit API context, basically.
So if you just read something from the model, it's no problem to have a model window. You just are not allowed to change anything.
Yes, but it's tricky, right? So sometimes reading something from the Revit model actually writes things to the Revit model. Let me give you an example, like views. When you want to read I don't know, like some sort of visibility graphics for the view. Sometimes reading the visibility graphic of the view actually means that Revit has to regenerate that view under the hood to pull that information, because not everything is stored in the database, so you can just retrieve it. Sometimes Revit calculates it on the fly.
Like the volume parameter in the walls.
Like the volume, yeah, for example. Yeah, that's a good example, right? So a volume would be generated on the fly. So if you're in this context and you ask Revit for volume, it seems like it's a read thing, but it actually does something. And if you're in a different context, if you're not on that main thread, it's going to throw an exception. So you have to kind of talk to Revit through a special system. It's called an external event system. And the sample file that I have set up is that we didn't get around to. I can upload the full sample file for you guys with the third button in it.
Yeah,
that was implementing that. So here's that third button.
Is it called the external event handler?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
External event handler. So now you're talking to it. So if you're on the UI thread, if you want to talk to Revit, you basically talk to it through that event handler. And that event handler executes whatever you ask Revit to execute on the main thread of Revit. But it manages that relationship for you.
Yeah, I read that a lot of times, but I never realized what it's really doing.
Yeah, that's what it's for. So I was hoping that we'll get more time, but we literally have 15 minutes, so we're not going to be able to implement this because this is a little bit more complicated. portion of the Revit API.
Well, one more thing, Konrad. I mean, this is going to be quick. So when you upload the full sample file, can you also at like major places just add comments to the code? That would kind of, you know, like a high level of this section does this. It's trying to get an element and, you know, doing this to it, like something like that.
Sure, yeah. I don't usually leave like. I have a rule about comments. just because this is like a tutorial class sample, I can do that. That's not a problem. Normally, for the code, any code, I would just let the code explain what it's doing. So like my method when it's called delete. So that's probably some sort of deletion taking place in here, right? That's kind of my idea. Like, so why would I put a comment here that says like, you know, I'm deleting stuff. But so I try not to if I don't have to. I only leave comments for things that are weird, unexpected.
Everywhere in the books they're saying that's very bad practice not to comment the code, right?
Multiple schools of thought on that subject. I leave comments in there, but I leave comments for things that are, in my opinion, are not self-explanatory. Like, so I will leave a comment if I'm doing something in Revit that's weird for that given moment to be done in Revit. Let me give you an example.
In terms of Revit API, you leave a lot of comments then.
Oh yeah. It happens all the time. Like if I pulled up like an example of a different project that I'm working on. So
every time I create or edit a schedule, I always leave comments because it's really hard to understand what's going on without having to relearn it every time.
Yeah. So like things like this. Like if you subscribing to when someone switches a view in Revit, so when someone like opens a different view, Revit fires off an event. So this event is called view activating, right? Sometimes the document reference over here is null. So I'm leaving a comment for myself. It's like document will be null only when they're creating a new document, which is funny. Like what does this mean? Well, it means that the view activating event gets fired when you're in a document, you have multiple views and you're switching between views, but it also gets fired when you go to file new and you create a new Revit file and it opens that first view. But the document hasn't been saved yet. You just created a new document, right? So the document is null. It doesn't exist yet at that point. That's a weird thing to, it's not expected to be null, right? The properties exist there. I didn't expect it to be null. So that's why I left a comment for myself. Right, so I'm explaining to myself, like, why am I checking for null here? Like the document should never be null. You're in the Revit. But sometimes there is instances where there's null and then it does weird shit. Or like this stuff. So this is how the family loaded event works. It's like when you're creating a new family, this property is set to -1 always. But this property actually has a valid ID for the family, etc., etc. Like what happens with the different things that you might be doing with new families. So I don't know. Yeah, that's where I leave comments. I usually don't leave them until there's something that's weird. But I will go through and comment up that code and post it up.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll be quick. So I was wondering if you sort of have like a workflow to sort of figure out whether something in the Revit API is read-only, that you can actually sort of control it through like a code, I'm like super beginner level, so I was trying to write a code for basically setting the enable like analytical model of all walls to false, even if the structural is set to sort of be checked.
Okay.
Or
So
but I only found out that it was like read only after like I wrote the whole code and I ran it multiple times and I tried to like access it through like three different ways, like in three different ways.
usually what I do is like spatial element object that we're working with over here, right? When you're creating that wrapper, you're passing that spatial element here, and now you have access to like all of its properties, right? A couple of things that you're gonna notice over here is that Visual Studio will tell you when something is read-only. So when you hover over it, it will tell you whether something is just a property or whether something has a setter and getter. What's a good example here?
Well, I was using Python for it.
Oh well, in Python there's no, you wouldn't get a autocomplete. But let me, so for that one, before you type anything in Python, I would grab this object, and I would look at the Revit API documentation. I would find this object in the documentation, go to its members, and then all the way down here at the bottom, like, so let's say an area is 100% read-only for a room object, right? You can see it here.
Is it displayed in Revit Lookup maybe?
Yeah, that's another one. You can look
I
in
was
there.
looking it up there and it said is read-only is false, but user modifiable is also false. So I was getting.
Well, so that means that the computer, like the Autodesk, can set it from within the API, but you cannot set it from the UI. And most likely, you wouldn't be able to set it from the as a user from the API. So sometimes, so area is probably like that, right? So if I pull up Revit.
Also, you're saying that when it doesn't say set, that means that.
Yeah, there is no setter here, right? So this means that this is a read-only property. It only has a getter on it, so you can only retrieve the data from that property. But you can also see it. You guys mentioned Revit API lookup tool.
I think because it's calculated from other surrounding elements. That's why you cannot set it, right? That's just
of course, but the question,
logical thing.
Yeah, but the question is, how do you recognize which ones are only read-only, which ones are not? So how do you look at it? So the documentation will only have a getter for it. That's one way to identify those kind of objects. And then you can also identify them by looking at the object itself over here. So if I select a room object and I go to add-ins, Snoop current selection, there's going to be an area property here. It doesn't say whether it's read-only.
If you went to parameters.
Under parameters, yeah, that will tell me.
Okay, that one says is read-only is true on top.
There you go. Yeah, read-only is true.
Yeah, that for some
And
reason
then
it was false with
user modifiable, it says true as well. So I don't know what that means.
See?
I don't know that you can actually set this yourself. I don't think so.
Not accurate. I don't know. But anyway, but the API docs, like looking for getters and setters is a good idea.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
You guys have any other questions? Anything else that pops up?
Question. So for the panel button, right now you have to click when you click the button that shows the view, but instead of popping up the show, can we make it as like something like turn an on and off button?
So it's always loaded in the background, and then we just show and hide it.
Yeah, something like updater. Like you turn it on, then what I'm thinking was like running updater when it's on, and when it's off, then unregister the updater. So yeah, I was thinking, oh, if it is possible, indicate that it's on and off.
Yeah, you can do that. I feel like I've done this before.
Oh.
Basically, you would have to like set up like the whole kind of logic for a toggle button. So yeah, it's like it'll take a couple more hours probably to go through that to set it up. But yeah, you can set it up that way. I would do a couple of things in there. Like when you toggle the button on, I would change the icon. So I'll have two icons, one for on and one for off status, and update the icon. So in order to do that, you'd probably have to store the button object itself in the property, and then be able to pull it up. So that's one thing, and then you can update it. And then you have to set up the logic for that button, what happens when it's being toggled on versus what happens when it's being toggled off. And then in that logic, you would unsubscribe or subscribe to the event viewer. Like I feel like there's examples out there of how to do that.
In Pyro, there's also a toggle button. Super easy.
Well, so Revit has a toggle button, but it actually uses two buttons that you can toggle between. So that's a different implementation. So you kind of will have to make like a little custom button for yourself. So I don't know if PyRevit's toggle button represents that, but if you implement like a typical Revit toggle button, then it's actually two buttons connected to each other. So when one gets turned on, the other one gets turned off, but it's two of them. So
yeah,
space
I
waster.
think I got the purpose. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was my question. Oh, if is there any resource that I can reference it
to create that toggleable button?
Yeah, because you just mentioned that you have done it. So if I can just like,
I've definitely done it for a client before. I definitely didn't invent it on my own, so probably the building coder is a good place.
Okay, I think I should check it.
Yeah.
Is that build? Oh yeah, it's Jeremy.
Jeremy's blog.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, I love his voice. Yeah.
He will probably have like an example of like how to implement that toggleable button. I probably cobbled some code from his and some other places.
Yeah. The one you just mentioned, I think, yeah, it helped a lot. So yeah, thank you. I'll try to do it as a.
I've posted the link in the chat.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you. Yeah, I will check after the this class. But thank you. We're good.
All right. Any other comments? Any other final questions? All right, so let's wrap this up. Thanks for hanging in there, and for some of you guys that are in the European time zone, it's getting super late for you probably. So thanks for hanging out. Sorry we didn't get through all of this. I had some more stuff prepared, but it usually happens like this in workshops. I could have gone much faster, but then we can get through all of it, but you guys would probably be very disappointed that I didn't wait for you. So sorry we didn't get through the whole thing. I will post it up to GitHub and send you guys a link to it so you can download it. I'll type up some comments and I'll definitely post the rest of the stuff that I had prepared for the class so that you have the external command implementation as well in there, so you can leave the window kind of floating and work in Revit and then see how that's implemented. Again, most of that stuff you can probably Google as well. I didn't just invent it on my own. most of that boilerplate setup for external commands, external events, external applications. All of that is pretty well documented. Building color is just one place. Revit API documents is another one. There's a ton of examples out on all over different blogs and whatnot. So I probably did a blog write-up how to set this up stuff before, but it's most likely outdated. So this was a good refresher, I hope. I don't know. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll type this up and upload it and let you guys know when it's ready. Probably tomorrow, hopefully.
Thank you, Konrad.
Yep.
It was great.
Yep.
Looking
Thanks,
forward
Konrad.
for part 2 next year, if you have a lot of materials left.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, it's 6 hours. Like time flies. I didn't realize I was worried that I didn't have enough, and I was adding more stuff last night. So yeah, it usually happens like this.
Yeah.
Just be like Marcelo at AU and have a part 8 or whatever that you've done 1 through 8 already. Just every year add to it.
Yeah, Marcelo is a feature at AU. I'm not so. I don't think I'm that popular. He's winning those AU best presenter talks every single year, so I'm nowhere near. I don't think I even got on the list last time I presented. I don't know. Marcelo is just a star, so I would try.
He's an
to see
entertainer.
Yeah, he's an entertainer too. So his presentation, I try to get through my stuff, and he just tries to entertain people. I don't know. They feel bad. They feel really good after leaving his class. It's a show. It's kind of like, I don't know. What's the good comparison for his classes? Tony Robbins is probably a popular guy. He's kind of like Tony Robbins for Revit, just cheering people on and having fun. So I try to stay a little bit more on topic, on subject, get through some of that stuff, just different styles. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I will try to do it next year. We'll see how it goes. It all depends if TT invites me again.
Well, thanks, Konrad. This was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. The pace was really good the second time.
Yeah.
Thanks, Konrad.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one. I'll see you
Okay,
later.
have a nice day. Bye.
Good one. Bye.